runs for T10.
Really, I'm fairly new to T10s. Do they have strategic timeouts?
Not enough time for one of those, unfortunately.
What about drinks breaks?
None. Free over power play.
It's a quick game.
Quick turnaround. Doesn't give you any time to settle in. Gotta go for ball one as a batter.
We have number
Gurleen Bhullar, the new bowler, comes into the attack.
Bowlers wearing number 8 bowling.
Full toss. Oh, that's going to be a big one. I think that's 6 runs. The umpire signals it. It's a maximum. The first of the innings as well. Tarisha Bess has been given a gift here.
Right. How many throws do you think are able to catch something on that line?
Well, at this level, I'm hoping all of them.
There's a powerful hit, like a bullet. Playing yourself playing at the international level among some of these girls.
Well, she's used her feet beautifully there. This is going to be 2 sixes in a row. That was the shot of the game so far.
Couple of steps down and launched two bounces into the side screen. Display of power and guile coming down the wicket. This has been an expensive over so far.
Well, Tarisha love you best. Just showing her power and her class here. Her experience written all over that shot. That's going to be a wide. Oh, no, it's no ball. It's actually off pitch. And this is going to be a free hit. You don't want to be bowling that sort of thing in this point of the game, especially when you've got two back-to-back sixes. You're now just allowed a free hit. You were asking earlier. You had a question before that beautiful six.
Right.
Down the track. This is going to be another one. These boundaries are too short for Tarisha Lavies. That's another maximum. 3 sixes is this over.
Another couple of bounces into the grass banks there. It's a long walk for the fielder to go and fetch it. Fielders need to be standing 10, 20 steps beyond the boundary line for this. Entertainment cricket.
This is what we were talking about. There is so much batting depth in this side. Everyone down number 11 can swing it. Makes it a bowling nightmare.
At this point, you're hoping for a top edge here.
Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball.
Second fully in the
and
over.
I think it's going to go for 2 runs on top of that. They've run 2 off that no ball.
The umpire's going to have a word with the bowler and the captain now. Second no ball, full toss. Let's see if anything
it's
happens.
going to be a free hit.
They're allowing it. Oh,
Well, she finds those stumps, but it is a free hit. They're going to run across here for a single. But the intent very clear from the batters. 1 delivery to come in this over still. It has been an expensive one.
Fielders were fully aware of the free hit. I was not. I was a little happy and excited about the bowl, but turns out it was just a single.
Well, this is a leading edge, and a good catch taken in the deep. Sati Dodwall is going to be very disappointed with herself here. She'd been at the non-strikers end for some time, and I think just losing that concentration. But this is a big wicket for Montreal Thunder. 72 for 3 at the end of 6.
Very, very beautifully taken. Running in, judging the leading edge, running into the sun as well. So, hats off.
Well, I don't think this is going to deter the Mississauga Premier side at all. If I'm not wrong, it might be Achni Pereira who walks out to the middle. Just wait to get confirmation. Or it could be Vandana Mahajan. So one dangerous batter replaced by another. And this score now, having moved to 72 for 3 with 4 overs to come, we're going to be in for another big one here. And it is Vandana Mahajan who comes out to the middle. Had a half century in the afternoon game, 15 in the morning game. And believe me, she constructs some lusty blows.
Just a few overs left. You're expecting everything must go mentality. Maybe she'll take a few balls to get herself in.
Well, a lot of cricket this summer. All around. The women's just finished their national championship, T20 national championships last week. 5 days of cricket, 8 games in 5 days. So they're definitely being tested here fitness-wise, this being a 3-day tournament. And then our Canadian men's side taking on Oman and Nepal. ODIs followed by T20Is. So a lot of action to come still in this Canadian summer. It's been a busy one. This is well played. Could have been picked up a little better, and I think she's really thrown her knee out here. The way she slid, she looks to be in some pain. Just sliding. It's very dewy out there, very slippery, and it looks like she might have just rotated that knee the wrong way.
It's never a good thing doing the splits when you don't want to do the splits. Fielders surrounding her. Let's see what comes of it. She's up and hobbling away. She seems to be okay. As the old adage, just walk it off.
What's a picturesque park, this, Danville Park. We're up on a hill just across from the airport, so we get to see the planes fairly low here as they land or take off. And then in the background, you've got the city skyline, city of Toronto, looking beautiful with the CN Tower. Trevin, you're a native of the GTA from Scarborough, fairly close to that downtown area.
I wouldn't want to drive down there, but it's a beautiful place to visit.
A lot of local action as well in cricket. You're about to play a game in about 3 hours' time. Definitely a lot of cricket.
Manali, I'll give you a call after my century later this afternoon.
Down the track. This is a checked shot, and it should have been a catch. Should have been a catch. It was a dangerous Vandana Mahajan.
Just wondering if that knee got in the way of her hands catching the ball.
Well, as you'd expect, the ball follows you around in the ground, and oh dear, the way she's hobbling, she should not be on the ground. She should not be on the ground. The way she can barely walk here. full toss. Using her feet again. And this is going to be 4 runs. Misfield here.
So it's always refreshing to see a left-arm bowler, a left-arm bat. It's just easy on the eyes. You need to get more purchase off the wicket, not too full, not too wide. As you say that, there's a wide bold. Just needs to put it there and thereabouts and spin it away. Hope for a top edge. Best hoping to swing it away with the wind to the leg side.
Well, she gets a good piece of that. And she hits it right down the middle of 2 fielders. That's 4 more runs here. Good looking shot.
Well played. I was looking leg side, but cow corner is always in the game as well. It's not spinning much. Our tent's about to fly away. It's very windy today.
Yeah, the weather, the temperature is expected to dip today compared to yesterday. And then tomorrow is actually just a high of 20. And 20 on this ground, which is quite high in elevation, means it's going to be a cold one tomorrow. Use of the feet again, straight down the ground. And that's well fielded. She saves it. She saves the boundary there.
Yeah, running to her side. Good hands. The ball was racing away to the boundary, but cut it off. An off spinner coming into the attack.
Dot balls are like gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, very rare dot ball. Good to see.
Trying to throw the entire kitchen of that one. Tarisha Lavia best.
Another dot ball. So 3 balls, just 1 to her name so far. Down leg, wide given. Fielders on the line should be very ready. It's coming their way.
Well, a couple of dots and then a wide, and it just releases that pressure. This is why accuracy is so important, especially in the shorter version of the game. It's really unforgiving.
A little quiet period of the game. This over has been without boundaries, which is good to see from the bowling side.
Well, this has gone high up in the air. There is a fielder getting under it, and it is Kamudi De Silva. She is really being followed here by the ball. It's going to be another drop catch, but she's struggling out there. She is hobbling around, and this is some serious cause for concern.
She should not be fielding on the outfield, where you're forced to run around. Catcher's pretty, maybe 5 steps in front of her, and she basically walked to it. Ooh, deceiving, and another dot ball to end the over.
Well, 8 overs gone, 90 for 3.
How many in that over, Manali? Without boundaries, a very quiet over. You would expect more of those with less wides, and you can keep them quiet.
Well, that's it. It's the extras that really end up costing them because not only is it an extra run, but that additional ball that you have to bowl is going to go for even more runs. Looks like it's going to be Mawish Khan coming in with the ball. Experienced player, played international cricket for Pakistan and Canada. One of the seniors here, one of the veterans. Probably one of the most fun people I know.
You've toured with MASH before, haven't you?
Multiple tours.
She's very quiet and reserved, is that right?
Quite the opposite, really. 2 words. 2 words. Party, animal.
Well, let's hope Party Animal gets a wicket here.
That's a shot and a half. It has been smashed. 6 runs here. Vandana Mahajan makes no mistake on that one.
It was in the slot, but had to be put away, and very well executed. Chipped down the wicket, straight and long off over the boundary. Inside out shots are always the prettiest, and she's done that very well.
I hope you're getting some inspiration for scoring that century this afternoon.
Definitely.
Using your feet again, just trying to get to the pitch of the ball.
A very similar ball, but maybe a little shorter than that, than the previous one. And Vandana said, let's have me some of that again, but missed.
Yeah, good bowling that too. She realized she is looking to come down the track. Just pulls that length back a little bit. Heaved into the offside.
So it's been 3 balls and 3 chips. Connected 2 out of the 3. Last one being just a single. Let's see what Bess can do.
Trevin, you come from a generation of cricket where you've seen the transition of orthodox traditional cricket and then the introduction of T20 cricket and the modernization essentially of a new era. At what point did you start to add laps, scoops, the reverse into your repertoire of shots? Into the leg side, over the fielder's head. This is well placed. It's 4 runs here. No, it's 6 actually. Had the distance. It's gone all the way.
It's a lot of power with the wind. Going for a maximum. So Manali, I've played for Canada during the time when we had first class. So we used to play 4-day games. Then transitioned to ODIs and then T20Is, and then haven't really had a chance to play T10s yet. So it's a completely different ball game when you have fielders around your bat when you're playing 4-day games to T20s when you're doing the laps, the reverse sweeps and the sweeps, the dill scoops and whatever else you want to call the new shots that's coming around. I think as a player you need to adapt. 2 things in life are certain: taxes and change.
That's a big one. The wind helping it as well. Just not sure if it's landed inside the boundary. It has. It's going to be one bounce, 4 runs here. What Tarisha love you best. She's brought up her 50. 51 in 27 deliveries. It's been an innings.
Fittingly, that ball went straight into their change room, so the batting team applauds in exuberance for Tess.
Nine overs gone, 108 for 3. It comes down to this final over. Expecting to see some fireworks here from the batters. Pahul Panu comes in for the final over. She's got some good pace. She hits the deck hard as well.
Both these batters are in good mood. So 6 balls to go. Let's see if they can maximize.
Going deep in her crease there. And it's going to be one bounce to the fielder. The pickup.
It was just a single, a very, very long single. I think Best wants to have a go.
Well, she definitely has to go here, and she has the distance. It goes over the fielder. Oh, dear. I think it might be another injury.
A little bobble, and it might have trickled over the boundary there for 4, as the umpire signals boundary.
4 runs and another injury. Now we've got 2 players in the deep hobbling.
Manali, for your last over of the innings, where would you have your better fielders?
Down the ground.
And right now we have two injured fielders.
Trying to reach. Not sure how wide that might have been.
But she's edged it, and it just fell right on the wicket, on the playing surface. Dot ball. 3 balls to go. Bess is hoping for 18 more runs.
Your favorite shot as a batter?
I'm a big fan of Mahila's inside-out over covers. And as I say that, Bess tries it as well, but it goes over point. Nobody wants to go back to the non-striker's end because they want a piece of this action. Bess comes back for 2. What is your favorite shot, Manali?
I think definitely the cover drive.
Cover drive. You like to keep it on the ground. I like to go over the top. A big heave, possibly an inside edge going down to short fine leg for a single. Last ball of the innings coming.
I've seen you play some decent cover drives over the years.
Once you master one stroke, you need to evolve. Manali Patel.
Pulled. And I pick up a single here.
The throw comes in.
That's going to be the end of the innings. 117 for 3 is what the Mississauga Premiers manage in their 10 overs. When we come back after a short break, Montreal Thunder, they need 118 to win this contest. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back for the chase. Welcome back to the action. We're coming to you with the chase. 118 is what Montreal Thunder needs to cross the line here. And they need to try and find a win against the side. They've now lost, well, they lost the first game against Mississauga Premier yesterday. I'm sure they want to try and even that score between these two sides. 117 posted by Mississauga Premiers. It's the smallest of their totals so far. 133, I believe, in the first game from them, and then 154 in their second game. So 117 is modest compared to what we've seen in terms of totals from Mississauga Premier. What predictions here, Trevin?
I'm hoping to see some good cricket. I'm hoping the injured players got the treatment that they need out in their change rooms, and they come out fresh and give a good chase.
Robbie Rajput with the ball. What's a run off the first ball here? Robbie Rajput, one of the youngsters, up and coming, plays with the Ontario Cricket Academy. She can generate some pace and movement as well. Just needs to make sure she finishes that action. Oftentimes she's hesitant, she slows down right before she approaches the delivery stride.
It's a very long run up as well, going against the crosswind.
Oh, that's an edge. It's gone high up in the air. It's going to land between keeper and bowler.
No man's land. The only person who could have caught that is the batter himself.
Isma and Saleha Maksood, the two batters opening this attack with the bat.
It's good intent here from the batters. First ball guided away to third man. Second ball swung away, mishit. Let's see what third ball has in store for us.
I saw a helmet for bowlers recently online. It was a video or a reel of some sort. It's just like a face covering that covers the top of your head to protect them in their follow through.
Some of the keepers wear that that style of helmet, but I've never seen a bowler wear it.
No, that. Oh, this might be a run out. Should have gone to the bowler's end.
Slow between the wickets. Maybe a throw to the keeper would have done the job.
No, it's not one of those baseball helmets, if that's what you're thinking about. It's actually a face covering. It kind of looks like an Iron Man mask. You know, Iron Man, the superhero.
Right.
But it just covers like the top part of the head halfway.
I'm sure our producers can bring it up.
It's a scary thought with pace bowlers following through head down and having that ball being smashed straight back to you.
I've seen umpires hold arm guards, and I've seen umpires wear face masks as well.
With common practice in baseball. That's an easy one. Straight to the fielder at extra cover. Indomati Gordial makes no mistakes there. And the first one falls here. 3 for 1 at the end of 6.
Slapped across the line, but a bit of a miscue, and went softly to covers.
enough spin from the north end. Teresha Beslavia, she comes into the attack with the ball. Handy half century with the bat today. She'd love to pick up some wickets to add to that.
Speaking of Bess, I was just about to ask you, Manali, if she hadn't provided her 50 runs, 50 plus runs, do you think they have the depth in that team to bring it up to 100 plus team total?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much batting on that side. They bat all the way down to number 11. Low full toss, not the ball you want to start with, and this is punished. Pulled away for 4 runs.
Almost towards our comb box here.
Easy pickings that.
Would we have to protect ourselves or the equipment here, Manali Patel?
I'll let you pick. I'm going to protect myself. Evasive action.
Try to guide it down to third man, miss hit. Point cleans up. We're still in the power play. Should maximize the lack of fielders in the outfield.
3 over power play in a T10. It's quite a breezy day up here. We've actually just lost one of our cameras as well in it. Toppling over in the wind. Our tent doing quite a bit as well. It's a big swing and a miss.
Dot balls are always welcome from the bowling side. Oh, yeah, as a bowler, you would hate to have the ball roll around on the grass and get wet, especially with the newie. Riley, who's the
That's up in the air. Vandana Mahajan is not going to drop that. Too experienced for that, and that's going to be yet another wicket. 8 for 2, and they're falling apart here. All sorts of trouble for Montreal Thunder.
The ball swirling around in the wind does not bother Vandana.
Always tricky, those catches when they go straight up in the air and the wind is swirling. It's blue skies as well.
But from your experience playing with these girls back in the day and even now, are they able to maximize this wind, the crosswind, to swing the ball? Or do they rely more on pace and variations?
Well, there's definitely power out there in the middle. Saleha Maksud can hit a ball, wind or no wind. Yeah, in terms of the bowling as well, definitely able to use that wind to the advantage. Two overs gone, 8 for 2. Did you want intent? We speak so much about intent. T10 game at the World T10. They're chasing 118. They've just got 8 runs on the board, 2 wickets down already. You really don't have that sort of time where you can look and get your eye in, take a couple of dot balls. You have to go. You have to go from ball 1. sliced into the offside, and it's going to be just another single. Unfortunately, the single's not going to cut it for them at this end.
Well, they haven't really middled one yet. A lot of swinging and missing, swinging and edges, so let's hope one takes off. And as we speak, the men's teams for the next game are rocking up to the field in their fancy tour buses.
Yeah, OCA taking on the Trinidadian touring side there. Wrong end again.
Very well fielded down at mid-on.
Non-strikers was a long way out of her ground. Should have gone to the non-strikers, and it was a closer end as well.
Right. I was paying more attention to the actual throw itself. It was on target. Just I guess wrong end.
Extra pace. Just waiting to signal. Ah, there it is. The bye. Swing and a miss. And picked up a little bit awkwardly by the keeper. Again, just not sure why we're playing on the AstroTurf today. We're thinking it might have been moved to the turf wicket. More natural in terms of the bounce on a turf wicket compared to an AstroTurf wicket where it's a lot spongier the way the ball comes up.
Your hat's flying away.
Well, you talk about my hat. A tent has just fallen over. The wind is really kicking up a notch here.
Outside off, very good contact, but straight to the fielder. No runs, and end of the over. Another quiet one from
Rabi Rajput, 11 for 2 at the end of 3. That required run rate, 15.
Once the game gets away, do you think they will give different bowlers a chance, or are they going to go for the kill?
Well, you always want to go for the jugular. It's a contest. It's a competition. You want to go for the win here.
Tickled away to leg side. Square leg cleans it up. Good throw in. Just a single. Good cricket all around. But on your legs, you would ideally want to put those away. Boundary line is calling her names.
I think a cap would have been a better choice today in terms of headwear. A sun hat. A little too windy for that. Good running this.
Very good fielding. Good throw in. Almost a run out. Umpire says no. So power play is over. 3.2 overs. And they just have one fielder out in the deep end wicket. Bowling very tight lines. Very confident with their field set. Putting the pressure on.
Teresha Lavia Best will continue with her second over. Credit to the Mississauga Premier's side. They have picked up regular wickets, not allowing for a partnership to form, not allowing for that confidence to grow for the batters in the middle. Saleha Matsud's been out there for a while, but she's had a tough go as well. 9 off 9 for her. Top edge. Over the fielder's head, over the keeper. Again, this is where you have to be looking for those doubles.
Yeah, I mean, they said no to the second run even before the fielder went and picked up the ball.
She's bowled right through the gates. And Teresha Lavia, she's having an absolute gem of a game here.
Very good, quicker one, right on target, under the bat, couldn't swing across the line. Bold.
15 for 3 at the end of
That's a
3.4.
that's a pretty sight. The middle stump pegged back, bail is all over the place, and the fielder celebrating with the bowler. Love to see it.
Mawish Khan walking out to the middle. I'm surprised she's wearing a helmet. She absolutely hates playing with a helmet on.
Safety first, Melanie. Safety first. These days, with the concussions and the head blows, you don't want to take a risk.
Well, I mean, I can tell you she hates helmets so much that last year at the Women's Nationals, she twisted her ankle and she blames it on the fact that she was forced to put on a helmet.
How dare they? I know even in local leagues, local cricket here in Toronto, Brampton, Mississauga, the umpires do a great job enforcing the rule, even for the keeper when keeping up, to always wear a helmet.
We just signaled a dead ball here. I
Bales
think one of the bails has fallen off.
Bess is that good.
just looking at the stumps, the bail falls off.
Just having one of those days, one of those games. Everything's going her way.
Well, that wind. The wind is going to have a big factor in today's games. And I think even bigger tomorrow. It's supposed to be cooler and windier. Got our playoffs tomorrow, semifinals and final.
Full and straight, swung away, straight to the bowler, dot ball. Really, have you seen those heavy-duty bails? They're meant to withstand the wind.
Well, I don't know about withstanding wind for bails, but that stump's out of the ground. It is right out of the ground. Mawish Khan is bowled here on a duck.
You've seen stumps taking a cartwheel, but this stump just flew away like a rocket.
15 for 4. Four overs gone. That target now 103 needed in 36 deliveries. Mathematically still possible.
Math doesn't apply here. This is real life. I think their target, hopefully,
It doesn't get any more real than math.
hopefully they can go past 50, 60, and the lower order show some fight. Stay in school, kids. Math is good for you.
Twisha Thakur, the skipper for Montreal Thunder, walks out to the middle. Her side in all sorts of trouble here. 15 for 4 at the end of 4. We still need 103 more runs here. And you have to feel as if this contest may just not go in their favor. And Mississauga Premiers, they continue to dominate here. Vandana Mahajan into the attack with the ball.
Very wide Yorker length. It's very hard to put away.
You asked me that question about using the wind to their advantage. Vandana Mahajan is an expert when it comes to swinging the ball. In fact, I'm being told that she was known as the swing queen when she played for her state, Karnataka.
Does she swing both ways?
Yes, she can swing the ball both ways.
Excellent. It's very rare. You have a lot of outswingers and in-swingers. If you have the skill to do both, mix in a bit of cutters and good line and length, and you're all set. Playing on turf wickets, if the surface is not giving you anything, at least you can move the ball in the air and hold your line and length. A little poke outside and a miss.
Trying to use her feet, trying very hard here, Trisha Thakur.
Well,
That's a quick, quiet over. 16 for 4 at the end of 5. And it looks like it's going to be the skipper coming into the north end with the ball. Indramati Gordial coming in with her off spin.
not only from your playing days till now with these Canadian women, how many left-handers have you come across? Is it very rare, or do you see more and more these days?
We do have a few, actually. We do. They're not as common, but we do have a few left-handed players. Actually, it's very interesting that you asked me that question because I've noticed a lot of Trinidadians are left-handed. Pulled into the leg side. I've played against a lot of the Trinidadian girls, and over the years I've noticed they have an abnormally large population of left-handed players.
Yeah, likewise in Sri Lanka, you get more lefties than righties, and the lefties tend to perform. They stand out and they climb up the ranks.
Tucked away. She gets it fine. She'll pick up a single here.
I think there's a big advantage to being a lefty batter. All the bowlers are used to the outside off channel for the righties, and then when the lefty comes in, a lot of sweet balls on the legs that can be easily smashed away. Speaking of smashed away, short and wide, over covers for a single.
Tough times this. Tough times this for Montreal Thunder. Runs not coming. Really under the pump by some good bowling. Using her feet really well. And she just clears the field. This is going to be 4 runs, and that's a misjudged catch in the deep.
She ran in too hard, thinking the ball's going to drop in front of her. Not sure if it's the wind, but the ball sailed over her head for a one bounce boundary. The bowler is not going to be happy.
And you know what? Had she not run in, she would have been in the perfect spot there. Using your feet again. This time she goes to the offside.
Really, I'm a big fan of wherever you're fielding, pick up a bit of grass or some debris off the ground, just float it up in the air and see which way the wind is and how strong it is, just to give you an idea of how the ball's going to travel while in the air, right? A little bit of grass floating would have helped her in that situation.
Inside edge. It's the keeper giving chase, and I'm surprised it didn't come back for a second here.
7th over of the T10. There are only 2 fielders on the leg side. Very confident bowling.
The scoreboard's not updating.
Bandana seems to have a good amount of pace, line and length.
Isn't Dan supposed to be decent though? I still can't believe we're family with Gary. Yeah, it's weird.
Going through the motions here. Let's see. Hoping for a big hit here, get some runs, and defended. Well defended off the back foot. Need a short leg there.
Down the ground. It should be taken. Oh, she's put it down. She's put it down in the deep. Ish. Well, it's all just happened there. She's been run out. Should have been caught. It was a drop catch. And poor running this. It's resulted in the 5th wicket. 26 for 5 at the end of 6.5.
Just didn't ground the bat on time and running through the line. Have you ever seen Usain Bolt stop at the ribbon or run through the line?
Well, that's why he's Usain Bolt.
Well, the idea is there, right? Quick single, you need to run through to maximize your time.
Tentative pushes. Not going to do it here. 92 required of 19.
How's your math, Manali? Is it still possible?
Mathematically, yes. Theoretically, I'm going to say no. It's a bit of a chilly morning, isn't it? The breeze really not letting that sun feel like it's giving you any warmth.
Blue skies here, but sporadic clouds blocking the sun. The boys are in town, the two teams for the next second game, getting their kits on, starting their warm-ups, taking a few catches, asking me for tips.
Hi, I see Gary walking up for those tips. Gary Growell. Well, it's played into the leg side. She's picked a gap here as well. I just don't think she's timed it well enough for it to go to the boundary.
The running seems to be good. Athletic running, nice creasing, turns. Chip and drive to long on, who cleans it up and throws it in. And the drone's away as well. Hope it doesn't distract the fielders.
It's flying pretty low,
It's
isn't
flying
it?
pretty low, yeah. Maybe the wind is not allowing it to take flight. What's the ruling here, Manali? If the ball hits the drone, automatic 12. Hack across the line, goes to straight mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Dot ball. Good hoisted drive to long off for a single. What do you think they should do, Manali, when the game gets out of their reach? Should they nerdle around for singles and doubles?
You have to go down giving it an effort. You have to.
Go down swinging.
There's no reason for you to just play off the overs. It achieves nothing. But if you give it a fight and you go down swinging, at least you feel confident that you gave it a good fight. You always want to give it 100%.
At the same time, it's not nice to get bowled out for a T10.
31 for 5 at the end of 8. I'd have to disagree with you there. I think it's time to get out of that defensive mindset. Especially for a T10. T20s, T10s, you cannot play cricket that way.
Yeah, throwing the bat around puts a little bit of pressure back on the fielding side. You don't want them to steamroll you.
Well, there has been a lot of steamrolling here, thanks to the talent that Mississauga Premiers has brought into this tournament. Very stacked side, bat and ball. It's really given no chance to the other teams whatsoever. Sachi Dodwall comes into the attack. Recently moved to Canada from Qatar. She's played for Qatar as well.
Judging by that first delivery, spot on. Line and length, straight to the keeper. Big swing across the line, no contact. Third man's dropped back, hoping for the top edge, flying all the way to third man. Let's see.
Well, let's punch down the ground.
Oh.
This might be a... Oh, dear.
You'd love to see it. A good dive in from the batter, but a poor throw. Somebody who got a direct hit last over an over ago terribly miscues his throw. Could have had another run out. lefty on strike. Still just two fielders on the leg side. I would love to go across and just hoik it to the leg side. Holding her line and length, outside off, another dot ball. Manali, are you the type to go across and maneuver the ball here and there, wherever the gaps are?
Yes, but I'm thinking not to the level that you want to play those reverse scoops and reverse sweeps.
Times have changed, Manali. You need to scoop them.
But this is why I retired 4 years ago.
Put on a helmet and scoop these balls. Good athleticism from the non-striker, getting back into her crease.
I wonder how tight that was. It looked very tight from out here. She's bolder. She's bolder, and she's going to pick up her first wicket here, Sachi thought, well,
All the bowls have been middle stumped. Beautiful to see.
32 for 6 after 8.5.
Ball must be nipping around. 10 overs. The balls should be fairly newish. Not a lot of scuffing.
Well, I just looked at the ball from the first innings, and actually a little disappointed to see that there was no side being shined.
There was a bit of dew in the morning as well, right? I come from a school of cricket where first 3, 4, 5 overs typically don't shine the ball, and then afterwards you pick a side. Let's see how that goes. And then you always hate the fielders who scuff both sides up, and the bowlers who bowl cross seam with the new ball. The partnering bowler hates those. End of the 9th over, 32 for 6. Last over. How's your math, Manali?
Well, math's not going to help them here. Math is not going to help them here. We're going to need to try and swing that bat. It's a little too late as it is.
Well, there's 18 to go to get to 50. Last over.
Except 50 is not the target. Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball. That's a beamer. And it's going to be a free hit. Prakriti Jaiswal, the youngster, given the final over. A little surprised with this decision, to be honest. The thing is, because Achni Pereira is not playing this morning, she would have bowled her 2 overs. Oh, it's gone high up in the air. No distance, and they're going to pick up a single. It was a free hit. check shot straight to Vandana Mahajan. She does not drop catches, and that's going to be the 7th wicket, 34 for 7.
Caught in 2, 3, 4 minds there. Just poked it out there straight to cover. Vandana picks up her second or maybe possibly third catch for the day so far. With 4 balls to go, the fielding side is hoping to get 3 more wickets to clean their side out, while the batting team, hopefully it's in their mind to reach 50. Poked away for a single. 3 to go. Down leg for a wide. As a batter, you would hope for things down leg, so she's swinging away for a boundary. Missed out on that one. What looked to be a full toss, missed out again. Maybe trying to overhit it.
It's driven down the ground. It's going to be single here with one delivery to come in this over, one legal delivery in this contest.
Bit of an anticlimactic finish to this game.
And that's going to be the end of the game. They managed 38 runs in their 10 overs. And Mississauga Premier now at the top of the table. They have won this by a big, big margin.
What about the player of the day, player of the match, Manali?
No surprises there. Tarisha, love your best. Excellent with the bat, pulling up a half century and then coming back and picking up 2 wickets. She has been the star of this game for Mississauga Premier. Handshakes all around as they sit pretty at the top of the table here at Mississauga Premier. We're going to take a short break here, so don't go too far. There's a very exciting game of cricket coming up between the OCA men's side and a Trinidad traveling development side. Oh, we're back with game 2. Live action coming from Danville Park. This is the World T10. And it's the men's exhibition game. OCA taking on the Royal Mavericks. Royal Mavericks, primarily a team of Trinidadian players living here locally. And we've just been informed it's going to be a 9 overs a side game. That because of taking some time to get the turf wicket prepared, but realizing that it's still not quite dry enough from all the rain we had 2 nights ago. So we've decided to switch the game to go back on the Astro. Well, we're back into the action. OCA taking on Royal Mavericks here. Exhibition men's game at this women's T10 championship. Women's T10 tournament. First of its kind as well for women's cricket. Again, it's been, because of the delay, it's been changed to a 9 overs a side game. Tried to use the turf. But they realized it was just a little too wet for the action. A lot of rain here a couple of nights ago. And not dry enough yet. Ashish and Jaskirat opening with the bat for OCA. Got struck down the ground. And it's going to be one bounce to the fielder. Let's push for a single. Drop and run. Expecting some fireworks here. 9 overs a side game. They've got to go from ball 1. Trevin, what do you think is going to be a decent score in this first innings?
I think their target should be 100. Hooked away to cow corner for 2. Throw comes in very nicely. I think 10 and over will get them 90. You would hope for a bit more. Carved away over point. The ball is rolling, but not fast enough or long enough. It'll be stopped by the point fielder, thrown in.
Heavy outfield. The ball's not traveling to the boundary.
It's the kind of athleticism you want to see, sliding to field the ball, and a good throw in. End of the over, 4 runs for no loss.
Atul, the scorer's got to score faster because it's not matching the screen. Where is he? Maybe he can sit.
Second over. Left arm spin. Start to the wide. Quickish left arm spin.
So we just need you to score as soon as possible. So the score here updates faster.
Bowl down, straight through the gap. Went for the big heave straight over the bowler's head, but missed it altogether. And first wicket's down. 6 for 1.
Well, 7 for 1 here. And OCA haven't gotten that momentum to get started in this innings. Got 9 overs to bat. One of that overs is now out of the equation. You had mentioned 100 in those 9 overs, Trevin. It looks unlikely, especially because it's a heavy outfield. The ball's really not going to the boundaries.
Well, you told us your favorite shot is the cover drive along the ground. Mine was over the top where the grass does not come into equation. You have to take the aerial route, get some quick overs in with a lot of runs. 20 plus runs and a couple of overs will get you right back in the game.
So what you're saying is you would have been a more effective choice on this ground.
Most definitely. Just from watching the last game, you can see that one or two players can take the game away. Best did it for the first game. Let's see who can bring their A game for Ontario for OCA.
Well, Devin walks out to the middle.
A little nudge to the offside, missed it completely.
Straight down the ground. It's up in the air. He just doesn't have the distance, and that heavy outfield's not going to help. They're going to pick up 2 runs here.
Very nice sliding stop from the fielder. Inside out shot. The bowler's got a very nice action, Manali. Always with a new ball, there's a lot of variation sliding on.
What's your take on spinners bowling quick deliveries consistently, taking the flight out of the equation?
Well, there is a lot of wind. You can get a lot of drift. It does help to slow it down once in a while, but I don't know if it's worth the risk in a T10 where they're set to go all balls.
Down the ground again, and it looks like it's going to die down before that boundary. Just not getting the distance, the power, the big boundaries on this ground as well.
Big boundaries, Manali, but from personal experience, I have hit 6s here, so it is possible. These guys are more in touch than me, so let's see. Fireworks.
How much did the wind help?
Would you believe me if I said I went against the wind?
Good. 2 extra cover now.
Good strike through the gap. Again, stops right in front of the boundary for 2.
$14 for 1 at the end of 2. Now you've played against some of these players. You have some experience having faced them or played with them, depending on whichever teams you were on, judging the 2 batting lineups and judging the 2 playing 11s, which would you say is a stronger side, or who do you favor coming out on top?
I want to see some Trinidadian flavor. Support the local OCA teams, but I want to see what the Trinidadian folks have in store for today.
I think that would have been tight had it been a better throw.
A little off target, very well backed up by the deep square fielder. I think they're still on par for 100. Anything over that is bonus, with a bit of bowling to back them up. Good meaty blow, straight over the cow corner, boundary for 6. There are multiple change rooms over there, and they had to take cover. It's a big hit.
It's the first maximum of this innings. And a beautiful shot. A lot of power on that occasion. Need a few more of those, OCA.
Carved nicely over cover. Ball's topping 10 feet away from the boundary for another 2.
How big do you think these boundaries are? How many meters, if you were to guess?
It's a good sized boundary. Can accommodate the multiple turf wickets that are on the field. Ooh.
Quick delivery, that.
Very quick. Comes off a 5-6 step run up and very deceptive with his speed and the left arm orthodox cutters that he does. Oh, missed. The batter missed. The keeper missed. And the third man is giving a good chase. Could have been 3. Could have been, but the batter was taking it too lightly.
Could have been 3, should have been 3. We saw the non-strikers ready to run for that third, and he should have made it in there quite comfortably as well. Played through the covers. Again, it's driven hard, but it's shot, again, another 10 feet away from that boundary. Not getting the value for the shots as they would hope for.
And there you have it, one short run. Square leg umpire is signaling. And well hit shot. Missing out on a run.
$26 for 1 at the end of 3. Should not be making those mistakes at this level, Trevin. Inexcusable.
Terrible.
You want to make sure that you slide your bat over that line.
Umpire signaling the end of the first power play. And what looks to be a very long run up, but it's our Nikhil Datta. Coming in with his guile and deceptive bowling.
Flicked into the leg side.
Starts off with a full toss. Loose ball should be put away. There's no room for error here. We have fielders. Swung and missed. We have a deep square leg, we have a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a deep sweeper. Where is this ball going to end up? Swung away to deep mid-wicket. 2 bounces and the fielder cleans up for just a single. There you have it.
The reverse comes out. And this is a good-looking shot. And the outfield seems a bit quicker on that side as well. They pick up a boundary here. 4 runs added to that total. Much needed as well. Need a few more of those lusty blows.
Love to see it. Reverses, sweeps, paddles. Especially when you're uncertain which way the ball is going to turn.
Well, the keeper's keeping up. There's a spinner bowling.
Did not read the ball at all. The batsman missed it, but so did the keeper. Could have been a stumping chance because his back foot was up in the air for quite a bit of time. Umpire was ready to give him, but the keeper missed it.
That's guided. Fine. And it allows for a comfortable single as the pickup's not clean enough. It's going to be the end of the over here. 4 overs gone, 33 for 1. Halfway point. No, 9 over game.
Nicholas into the attack. First ball, a big appeal for caught behind. Umpire unmoved. A little disappointed from the bowler. Second ball, a rank half tracker, pulled away straight to the bowler. Miscued. New batsman in, Jakshu. Nicholas has picked up 2 wickets so far, in search of third and fourth.
Well, that's a thick leading edge. Fielder at backward point giving chase, and they pick up 2 quick singles here.
It's very good running.
Yeah, need that intent when you're running between the wickets, especially when the boundaries are not coming as readily as you'd hope for.
It's a good smack straight down to long off. One bounce, fielder picks it up, throws it in. There's a big vacant gap on the leg side. Nobody from short fine leg all the way around to covers.
Well, dealing in edges here. This one goes behind the keeper, and another 2 runs. It's given byes.
Umpire's given it byes. Not sure how that flew off. Maybe the keeper's
Down the ground this time. Should have come back for that second. 5 overs gone. 39 for 2. 4 overs to come in this contest. And I tell you what, Trevin, that 100 that you had looks a bit unreachable.
Never guaranteed anything. It was always a target score with a lot of room for error. Off by 20s acceptable, Manali? If they get to 80?
It's quite a big margin there.
A couple of sixes with the wind, possibly. A couple of boundaries here and there. 1 or 2 out of the 4 expensive overs could turn things around for OCA.
Well, he's let that one go.
Well left.
If he was anticipating a wide, but a dot ball at this stage, which is 4 overs to come.
Into the attack is Kurt Ramdas.
Using his feet, going down the ground. Both long on and long off are fairly straight. And the the slow outfield not helping that equation.
And if my memory serves me right, Kurt has played for OCA. If not, still playing for OCA, so they should have an idea of what's coming their way.
Aerial this time. And he goes square of the fielder at long off. Picks a gap beautifully. That's going to be 4 runs.
Good use of power and accuracy, putting it in the gap. Only thing missing is 2 more runs collected by a little more power, taking it all the way for a 6.
And he was going with the wind as well. That would have helped the cause. Cut away. Picking another gap here. Third man giving a chase, but the outfield's quite fast on that side. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries here, I think.
It awakens the batting sides, change room. Everybody's on their feet clapping. If you noticed, the batter actually moved backed away a little bit just to make some room, just to carve it away. Might have expected it to be a little shorter after the previous ball being too full and treated properly.
It's pitched quite full. He digs it in, pushes it into the offside, and they pick up a single here. A lot of gaps on offer.
5 fielders out, 4 in. From a bowling unit, you want them to take singles. Ooh, swung across the line, missed it completely. Missed the stumps, missed the keeper. Short finally cleans up.
Six overs gone, 49 for 2. 1 run away from bringing up their 50 here, OCA. Just 3 overs left in this first innings.
Just 1-6 so far. Maybe 3 or 4 boundaries, but not enough. You need to put the pedal to the metal here. And into the attack is Iran. Very, very smart seam bowler. And the batsman, quite rightly, asking for the helmet. No matter how tall you are, you should put it on. What do you think, Manali? Do you think we'll see some scoops? He's got the lid on. There's a bit of pace coming his way. He should know it. Fine leg is up. Third man is up.
Well, they're playing on Astra as well, so it gives you that additional little bit of bounce. Well, I don't know about the scoops, but he smacked that down the ground. 2 runs picked up.
Batsman giving the charge, walking down and having a waft. Short and wide, missed it. No wide call, so it's well within playing conditions there. Dot ball. Can't afford to have dots. If he got any bat on it, he would have flown over third man. As I say that, point goes deep. So now we have a deep point. Deep square leg comes in. A lot of vacant land over to the leg side. There you have it. He tried the scoop. Missed it. Might be a wide. No wide. It's very unfortunate not to get any bat on it. It went all the way to the boundary line, but stopped just in front of it for 2.
Straight down the ground.
So 7 overs gone. 56 for 2. Nikhil Datta into the attacking end for his second over. 2 overs left. Big swing, inside edge, going all the way to deep square leg for a single. It's hard to read the trickiness of Nikhil Datta. Let's see what happens here. He might have Q-ended that one straight back to the bowler.
Not intended to go to the offside. Looked like he wanted to pull that across the line.
First innings of this T10. We have 10 balls left. Very windy scenes here. That big swing almost blew a tent over. Hooked away to the leg side. One bounce. Deep mid wicket cleans up. You need more lusty blows than that. Challenge the fielder.
The timing's been hard to find here, hasn't it, for OCA? They just haven't been able to find the middle of the bat.
Poked away for a single to the offside. We're 2 wickets down. Batting still waiting, hoping for big hits and more runs.
Well, Ashish has been there for 24 deliveries, for 24 runs. As that skied high up in the air, and an easy catch in the end. It's going to be the third wicket, 59 for 3.
That ball came down with some dew. So last over coming your way. Aaron into the attack for the last over. Starts off with a wide. And the batters sneak in for a single.
Struck down the ground. It should be a couple here. Just not able to pick up that run run rate, not able to pick up those big lusty blows that are so needed at this point in the game. But there's a whole other side to this game when we come out for the chase. We'll have to see how the Mavericks go about chasing the total that OC are going to set for them here.
He was looking for that paddle, that scoop, but the ball wasn't there, so he rethought the process, just managed to pad it out for a single.
Through the offside. And they pick up two more. Oh, that is a nasty throwback. An awkward bounce. And it allows for 3 runs to be taken. It's always a bit dangerous when it bounces onto the Astro off the edge between the grass and the Astro.
Well left, expecting a wide.
Well left.
Umpire says, nah.
With 2 deliveries to go in this innings.
Expecting a wide, didn't get it.
It's going to be 2 more here.
Good running there.
1 final delivery to come in this contest. It's a shortened game, 9-over game because of some of the delays that we had out in the middle. Hoping to play the game on the turf wickets, but a little too wet. Well, it was a low full toss. He's pushed it back down the ground, and it's going to be 2 runs to end this innings. Batter safely in on that run out. 71 for 3 is what OCA managed in their 9 overs. 72 runs required by the Mavericks when they come out with the bat. It looked like a very difficult innings for OCA. The runs not able to come in the boundaries and the sixes that they would have hoped for. But the running between the wicket helped their cause. They steadily picked up those doubles, triples whenever they could. And they've put up the total of 71 runs. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back with the chase momentarily. Also, Trevin, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you in the comm box. You're off to your game now.
Like I said, I'll call you after my 100, but yes, it's been good. Take it for now.
Good luck, and we'll wait for that call. Royal Mavericks need 72 runs to win the contest in 9 overs. OCA managing 71 for 3. Tight bowling and tight fielding restricting OCA. 71 runs. First up, pushed into the offside. With the ball. Another single. Gary Growall recently coaching the Ontario side in the men's nationals. They came out on top of that contest, his side winning the men's T20 nationals for 2024. He also coaches the Ontario Cricket Association, this side that he's playing for. Over the bowler's head, down the ground, and I think this is going to run away to the boundary. Well, that just shows how heavy the outfield is and how slow it is. Couple bounces, it was racing away, and then it just stops before the boundary. It's a very breezy afternoon here at Denville. We're up on an elevation as well, on a hill, which really makes it breezier than normally anticipated. Well, that stumps out of the ground. And it's the middle one as well. Gary Growall doing what he does best. He picked up a wicket here. 5 for 1, and it's broken the shackles early. This is going to give some confidence to OCA defending this total. 67 runs required off 50 deliveries here for the Mavericks. Jaron walking out to the middle here to join Idris. And Gary Growall, he's just picked up a wicket. Still has 2 deliveries to come in this over. It's going to be a contest of wickets here for OCA. It's not the largest of totals. And you feel that if the Mavericks can get a few lusty blows in early here, it could really swing the momentum into their favor. That's going to be wide. Into the offside, past the fielder at point. It's going to be more runs here. Well, the sun is shining. Looks like a beautiful day, but the wind is quite deceiving. Really swirling around this ground. Oh dear. Dangerous, dangerous delivery this. And I think we're going to have an injury, but it's not because of the ball. It seems as though the batter might have landed a bit awkwardly. That was a beamer. It's going to be a no ball and a free hit, but just the way the batter avoided that and landed, it looks like he might have popped that shoulder out a little. Dangerous when it's a beamer, especially at that pace. Batter does well to get out of the way. Driving down the ground this time. That was a free hit as well. So it's a good ball, just not allowing the batter to get under it. 11 for 1 after 1. Aya's the new bowler coming in to open the bowling on the south end. Well, it started out as a decent first over until the extras and that beamer They managed 11 off the first over here, the Mavericks. And we're going to see a change in the keepers as well. Sure you don't want to jump on? It's only a 9-over game. 8 overs left. Come on. No, it's too much for one person to keep talking alone. Conversation's good. 2 overs. Where's the other microphone? Oh, I'm not going to even talk to you about cricket. Don't worry. We'll not talk about. Struck into the offside. It's going to be one bounce to the fielder at extra cover. We've got a special guest in the comm box, Pupadu Dasanayake, the coach of coaches, the record holder of wins, especially dominating the associate world. Welcome, Pupadu.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
That's a thick outside edge. It flies behind the keeper, and that's going to be a boundary. Beautiful day for cricket. Good to see you here as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just heard about this tournament, so thought of having a look. Great to see these youngsters are, getting this opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of action, isn't it, this summer, especially locally. But you've just told me something very new and exciting, some exciting news. Getting into the franchise world of coaching.
Yeah, I mean, something that I haven't done before, and I got this opportunity, so going to get busy for the next 3 months with 5 tournaments coming up around the world. So and quite interesting. I have a lot to learn for me as well. Some of these T10 tournaments and T20s, and getting into these drafts is a different world.
Very different and very quick turnarounds as well. Well, a couple of steps down the track, and this is cut away. This is a gorgeous looking shot through the offside. The fielder had no chance. They pick up a good looking boundary here. But that means you're back on the road.
Yeah, and basically next 3 months I'm engaged. I'm doing a little bit of work for Oman as well when they are here to play the Triangle Series, and then I'm off to these tournaments with one franchisee playing all 5 tournaments.
And which tournaments are you involved in?
The first one is in Sim Afro T10, which will commence from 22nd of September to 29th, and then from November onwards, US Masters, and then Abu Dhabi T10, Nepal Premier League, and then the Lanka T10.
It sounds like a full-on schedule. So much cricket. And really, the franchise world has revolutionized the modern game, T20s first coming into it, now the T10s coming into it as well. A lot of opportunities out there for players and coaches alike. That's going to be the end of the second over, 21 for 1. Well, it's exciting. It's exciting to see you involved. It's a new facet of the game for you. Quick turnarounds. We're not going to see quite the same micro planning that we saw in the longer formats of coaching.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's kind of different where I can see, like, even if you pay attention to the world cricket now, there are many top players are retiring. Maybe they're targeting for these tournaments, and like it's quite a bit of a challenging environment for me because I haven't been into these drafts and planning behind to pick up your best group. Yeah, it's really developing.
Yeah, we're starting to see more and more international players refusing their full-time contracts with their national bodies, allowing for some room in their calendars to play some of this franchise cricket. In fact, we had a conversation with Logan Van Beek as that swept into the leg side. Should be a couple here. Ambling across for 2 runs there. We had a conversation with Logan Van Beek at GT20, and he had mentioned that he's not going to be featuring as much for his national side. He wants to try and leave some space to play some of the franchise. He was involved in the GT20, looking to see as many places that he can capitalize on. Well, that's down the ground. And that is some authority on that shot. 6 runs, it's a massive blow. Doesn't do much for the confidence of the bowler. Gary Growell going for a few here. So how does it work from a coaching perspective? Because this is all a little new to me in terms of how the draft works and how the coaching works. So typically, when you're coaching a side, you're working with them, you get to know your players, and you create long-term plans. How does it work in a franchise setup when you're coming together for a few weeks? As you said, you're getting involved in the drafts, picking your players. How does that sort of planning work?
Yeah, I think all these big players, they know their game pretty well, and they have done the hard work. So as a coach, I think just had to focus on how to put things together and building up an environment where they can enjoy and play their best cricket. So that's my target for these things. I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot of things when the things are moving.
Well, it sounds very exciting. I'm assuming, there's high performance, and then there's the whole aspect of player management and short-term strategy, which is essentially all you'd have time for when you're traveling and dealing with a whole new set of players 5, 6 weeks at a time, sometimes even shorter.
Yeah, I think even looking at some of these national teams and full members and even associate cricket, so some of the players have developed pretty well. It's just that the environment is not good enough for them to perform. So I think we as coaches are my focus basically wants to create that environment to get the best out of everybody, and the amount of cricket that we are playing, I think it's so important for everybody to enjoy the game. End of the day, it's a game, right? So the environment has to be there. It has to be a good culture. Going to be a winning. Have to build a winning culture. So a lot of different areas that I'm really looking forward to that.
Outside that off stump line, making the batter reach. It's going to be a dot ball. Now, in terms of managing player workloads, because some of these players are hopping from tournament to tournament to tournament, how do you manage workload and injuries?
Yeah, I think there has to be a injury prevention programs, and then for some of these top players, they have their year-round program, so they know when is their real off season and when is their in season, and the strength training programs are designed in that regard. For us, when it comes to these tournaments, it's all about maintaining that their workload of that tournament. So I would say that it's pretty easy to deal with because all these guys are professionals.
Well, that's gone sky high. It's windy. It's probably swirling out there, but he holds on to it quite comfortably in the end. That's going to be the second wicket for the Mavericks, 29 for 2. And Gary Growall, he gets his man on the last delivery of his spell. It's going to come down to the wire here. 43 runs required off 37 balls. Always said that wickets are going to be the name of the game for OCA. Looks like we're going to get towards an exciting finish in this one. Well, listen, it sounds all very exciting, and we wish you the best of luck in this new adventure. I think it's going to be a good fit for you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and looking forward for these next few months.
So both of your kids are now in university, correct?
That's right.
Does this mean now your wife's a bit more free? Maybe she could travel with you as well?
She's busy too. So yeah, I mean, I was actually like a bit settled down when I was coaching Canada, but now again I'm back to my normal schedule, traveling around. I'm pretty used to it. My family is used to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've been on the road for a long time, quite a lot of years, quite a few different teams in that span as well. Actually ran into some of the players that you coached for the U.S. When we were running our last level 2 in San Francisco. We just had a conversation of you as a coach and your coaching styles, and everyone has really fond things to say about you. So you've definitely had a massive impact on a lot of players, more than you might actually assume or you might actually think.
Yeah, I mean, the comments and whatever I'm going to live up to the players. But in this road, sometimes you make lots of people happy, and sometimes you make some people unhappy as well. So I think it's going to be part of our job. But at the end of the day, whatever we have done is honestly done for the individual player and the team. Um, but sometimes, some people can take it wrong. But I think that's part of the journey, and I'm happy how I think I feel that I've empowered few people to get over their lines.
You really have. You absolutely have. And they say you can never please everybody, so it's okay. I think when you've pleased the majority of people, you've done your job well. I mean, within our household, Trevin has so many positive things to say about the experience when he's played under your coaching as well in the past playing for Canada. So you've definitely had an impact. You've had a big impact, especially in the associate world. You've helped the likes of Nepal, USA, Canada move up the ranks. That's a shout, and it's been given. The batter looks quite shocked here with the finger going up. He looks very unconvinced. Nonetheless, he's got to walk because that finger has gone up. They're going to lose their third here, 30 for 3. Well, what do you think, in your expert opinion? 42 needed off 33 balls, 3 wickets down.
I think it should be, batters have the upper hand. I mean, of course, they should bat sensible without losing wicket. The more you lose wickets, they're going to be under pressure.
Yeah, and this is why, OC has got to keep chipping away at the wickets because that required run rate is still well within reach. We'll be looking forward to all of your adventures that are going to be coming as you travel, different teams, different set of players.
Yeah, thank you. And so while I'm here, I'm going to watch some bit of local cricket, and it's pretty interesting in Canada as well. There's so much of local cricket is happening. I think the game is growing. So good to see that.
Yeah, so many leagues, so many teams. Unfortunately for me personally, I'd like to see a bit more junior development happening. It's a lot of stuff at the senior level, a lot of divisions, but not enough in terms of concentrating on developing the next batch of players.
Yeah, I think in that remark, I have seen even in some other associate, and especially in Canada, where the majority, the good 70-80% of the leagues are social cricket. And don't get me wrong, I mean that's needed like to develop the game. But when you want to think about
Well, that's a blow straight down the ground. 6 more runs here. And this is why those wickets are going to be so important. Sorry to cut you off. You were saying about the local development.
yeah, I think this I think these associates especially need to focus on your elite players plus the youngsters. They have to have a bridge with those. I mean, right now, that young development and the national teams, they're a huge um, group of social cricketers. So that very hard to bring, that narrow that gap actually.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that the social cricket is actually given more preferential treatment than some of the development programs. You mentioned it, you need the social aspect of it. You need to have as many players who are playing, whether it's for fun or at a high level. But when you've got juniors getting the worst times of the day and the worst grounds, the worst conditions, you're really not setting up your next set of age groups to come up the order, come up the ranks, to then take the lead. So at some point, I feel like it might have to be the municipality stepping in and saying, we'll give you more grounds, but we want to be able to see that you can prioritize your development programs first and then bring in the social cricket after that.
No, that's really right. I mean, so what happens right now is like these youngsters, um, especially when you talk about Toronto. There's many places in USA also, but when you talk about Toronto, there's some good academies around Toronto, and they're producing good youngsters. But when they come up, when they grow up, they also stepping into the social cricket rather than into the club cricket, right? And one of the arguments that I had when I was coaching USA and like even ICC, even USA board was saying that the multi-day cricket is not our bread and butter. We need to focus on T20s and 50 overs. That is the social cricket. But if you talk about this 10-15% of young cricketers, they will come and play cricket every day here if the opportunity is there.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, it's that opportunity that's lacking. It's a good half stop there. They'll pick up 2 runs here. The junior season is one of the last ones to start in terms of the whole set of cricket, and our summers are already short to begin with. Their playoffs are also one of the first ones completed. So we really need to look at the pathway and how we're developing. Gary and I recently had a conversation at the Nationals about how we have a decent batch of under 19 players, and then there's nothing after that under 19 step because you're not quite there at the senior level to compete at your highest, and there's no intermediate. We had an under 23 back in the day. We had 2-day cricket back in the day. At some point we have to look at that progression and see how we can improve that standard and that development pathway.
Yeah, I think when the reality is like I don't think I cannot blame also for the leagues not to have that middle area. I think the main body needs to take over, especially for those kids who are coming through the system. Take them your best players and have programs and keep them engaged even during the winter. Get them into go outside and play good cricket.
Well, that's well fielded. A good diving stop there. It saves a boundary. Yeah, you hit it on the nail there. You hit the head on the nail. It's the national governing body that at some point is going to have to realize that we're losing a lot of decent players who are unable to transition properly from the under 19s to a senior team. And we've seen a lot of players, decent players over the years, completely fall apart. Lost to cricket after that under 19 age group is done.
Yeah, I think looking at the youngsters that we have, when you take about 17, 18-year-old kid, the cream of the kids here, they are no different from someone in a full member country. But when that goes up, say, if I take Sri Lanka, like when a 19-year-old plays around over 1,000 games for their career by when you're 19, 50 over, I'm talking about 50 over or longer version. If you take a Canadian player that's about 20, maybe 20, 25 games under their belt when they're 19, and then you go and play a World Cup in a World Cup against those countries, like the experience are so different, and I don't think we have done anything to improve that.
Yeah, it's not comparative at all. In fact, you've been the coach of Canada in the past. This is years ago when we first met. back in the day when we had 4-day cricket, you know,
Right.
our youngsters were able to play 4-day cricket because we were working towards what Ireland did and achieve that test status.
Right.
It feels like we've never been further away from that than now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, right now, like whatever happened in the past happened, but right now, Canada is a very, very good place where the cricket is growing big time. If someone can put this whole thing into the right path, I think we can be a very strong nation. But I don't see at the moment like we are anywhere close to those thinking because I have to say some of the things as well. Like the players, the Canadian system has gotten used to um, uh, get support from somebody to get into the team. Like I think it's so important. If you're a good player, you work hard, and if you're not being picked, you still keep work harder and get better so that you'll be picked. That culture needs to come. I think, especially for the youngsters,
Merit.
is merit. Like if you're even the parents should actually support those ideas where if somebody, I mean, your son is not picked up for the whatever, whether it's a provincial team or whether it's a national team, work harder and you get into a place where people will come behind you to have in their team. That culture needs to grow up, and then the main body needs to make sure that they bring this apart so that the players the path.
Yeah, merit-based systems work best, and we've seen that everywhere. Unfortunately, in sport, there's no space for the quotas. There's no space for the assisted entrance into playing for any team, and it shows on the field, doesn't it? If you've worked hard and you've gotten there on merit, it will show. It'll reflect on your performance. That's going to be a drop catch. There's a slight edge on that. A lot of pace and surprising the keeper. Well, I hope the youngsters are listening to you and they're understanding that there's really no replacement for hard work.
Exactly. I mean, like, and you're not actually in Canada. That's a good catch.
Well, that's a good-looking catch. It went high and it went long, picking it up over his head. And safe pair of hands. It's pretty windy as well, so I'm sure there was some movement on that ball. They lose their fourth wicket here, 48 for 4. They now need 24 and 20 deliveries.
Yeah, like Canada is a place where like these talented young cricketers coming through, and then there's so many things are changing in the global stage also now. The cricket is in Olympics, where the countries like Canada respect the Olympians than any athlete. So like from now onwards, like if you are a cricketer, you are in the Olympic program. So if you keep working harder, if you become a better player, um, without looking at somebody else and say that I need to I'm better than that. No, you prove from your numbers that you are better. If you think that you are behind, you work harder. You go back to your coaches and work harder and get better. That's the thinking that I think we need with the youngsters.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Olympics is a massive boost for cricket all around the world. In fact, I was part of an Athletes Canada forum. This was quite a few years ago, and some of the athletes I was beside, there was an archer, I don't quite, a swimmer as well, I think, in the table that we were on. And they said, "Oh, so cricket, it's an amateur sport." And I'm like, "What do you mean by amateur? I mean, it's the second largest sport in the world." And they're like, "Well, it's not in the Olympics, so we still have to call it an amateur sport because it's not in the Olympics." And getting into the Olympics now completely changes that mindset. We're no longer considered an amateur sport. We're considered a professional sport.
Yeah, like I mean, so you all already have seen like even the last Olympic like um, lots of countries are very serious about Olympics and even some countries that who are not playing cricket at the moment like China, Germany, those countries like they're going to put a lot of effort in the next 10, 15 years to build up teams. So Canada has the advantage already. They have put the foundation. Um, we have put the foundation for a long time, but we haven't come out of that yet. So it's time. It's time to have a good program. If not 2028 Olympics, we should be able to get into after few Olympics and win medals. So the opportunities are there. It's just that we need a good plan.
Yeah, and planning is everything. You need to have a proper plan. Plan A, plan B, plan C, depending on how it works out, but you need to have them. You need to have that structure. I mean, Canada coming off some heavy losses in the Netherlands. Netherlands is a team that we used to be able to consistently compete with on a level playing field. So it's quite disappointing to see those results as well. Just when you think that we're making progress and we're getting to that stage where we can dominate the associate world of cricket, series like that, it makes a big difference. Mentally, just mentally gives you that setback, you know. And to have lost an ODI series 4-0, that says a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one for me to comment as a former coach, but I'm just saying, it's just you can have your best players, but winning is something different. There are lots of things that need to be in line to win. Even your performance, how you line up to get a winning performance. If somebody getting 100 or a 50 and you lose the game, what's the purpose of having that?
Yeah, the strategy and the aim of working towards that common goal of coming out on top. Coaching's not an easy job. It might look it from far, but it's definitely not.
It's not, but there's so much of things behind it. I mean, those are not the hard things to do, but I think Canada has a great team. I mean, there's so much of talent, the same team who played in Dubai. Everybody rated that we are going to be one of the top teams, and we are still not late. If somebody could.
Well, that's well played. Pushed over the infield on the offside, and he's picked up a boundary here. Well, I still remember the presentation that you had given to us at the level 2 that we ran here in Toronto, where you came in and you showed us how you plan. You've got team plans and you've got individual player plans, and just the amount of work that it goes into not only creating the plans, sticking to them, strategizing accordingly. High up in the air. There was a chance. Maybe needed to pull out the dive there, the wicketkeeper. It's going to be a tight contest here. They need 14 from 13 deliveries. Well, I'm really keen to have a chat with you after your first franchise experience, because I want to see how your planning differs from what we had seen at that course.
Sure. I mean, another catch.
Well,
no.
That's a big shot. It's a maximum 6 runs. Heaved into the leg side. There was a fielder in the deep. No chance, though. They move on to 64 for 4 in their 7 overs. And with that lusty blow, that contest becomes quite easy now. Just 8 required of 12 deliveries.
Yeah, no, I mean, happy to have a chat after, but whatever I do, I really want to be successful. I'm going to give my 100%, but at the end of the day, what I like to do is with associate cricket. I mean, I know that what I can do with associate team. I really enjoyed the last few years with that job. So hopefully I'll get back to something like that again.
I'm sure you will. With the track record that you have, I don't think you're going to have any issues getting back into that scene. But who knows? You might end up falling in love with franchise cricket once you give it a shot.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I will be excited to do these things. But end of the day, what I like is not it's not about the money. It's just the passion that I have, where I can make a difference to an individual or for a country. So I'll have always will have my preference for that if I get the opportunity.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. You enjoy developing nations, developing programs, and then taking them to success. So you've got a stint coming up with Oman while they're over here. What sort of capacity will you be involved there?
Yeah, so they appointed me as a consultant coach, and I'm sure they are coming to a new territory. Like Oman may have not been here and played in these conditions, and no one knows how the wickets are going to behave. I feel that including Canada will not have any clue how the wickets are going to behave. So I think they are looking my support to.
That's a drop catch in the deep. It needed to be taken here. They now need fewer runs than balls. They needed that wicket.
Yeah, so yeah, my job is to just to get the conditions ready, and fortunate or unfortunate, Nepal and Canada is very familiar, all the players. So I'm sure Oman will be looking to get a few of my insight about the individuals as well.
I think a few insights is hardly the right choice of words. You've seen the insides of both of those teams. A lot of exposure with Nepal, a lot of exposure with Canada. So absolutely, I can see why you're in high demand with Oman. Important series coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I got the opportunity. I mean, the invitation from both Nepal and Oman. But Oman came to me a bit earlier, so I committed to them. Yeah, but I'm just going to do my job.
Just 3 runs required. Oh, actually, that's game. There we go. 1 run required off 8 deliveries. Scores are level. Can't lose it at this point. And that's going to be the game as it's pushed out into the offside. A comfortable win here for the Mavericks. And unfortunate for OCA, they just couldn't hold on and pick up a few more wickets to make this a tighter contest. 72 for 4 in 7.5 overs. A whole over, 2 overs actually to spare as the Mavericks come out on top. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the comm box with us. And good luck with everything that's coming your way, Pupudu. We wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you for having me. Thanks.
And with that, we're going to take a break before we come back with yet another game. A lot of cricket action, so don't go too far, as we'll be back after a break. straight back into the action. It's going to be the Trinidad Warriors taking on the Montreal Thunder. Montreal Thunder losing an early wicket in Maurish Khan, 8-1 after 1.3 overs. It was a tight contest yesterday between these two evenly matched sides. That's a low full toss, pushed into the leg side, and it's going to pick up a boundary here. Well placed. A good looking shot from Paul Pannu. Final match of the day yesterday was between these two sides, and Montreal Thunder coming out on top of that contest. Is Gary there? And then you never know if that catch was held. Maybe. But it was too tight then. The one that went close to the keeper as well. I think we need to put the dive in. On the astro. Shan Ramnarayan, 1 for 4 her bowling figures. She comes in for her second over here. She's got some good pace. Saleha Maksud continuing where she left off this morning against the Mississauga Premier side. Oh no, I'm good. Thank you. No, I'm good for now. That's pushed over the fielder extra cover. Well played shot this. Beautifully timed. Pahul Pannu is a young up-and-coming cricketer. All-rounder as well. She bats up the order, bowls well. She's showing all her class on that shot. 4 more runs added to that tally. It's guided past the wicketkeeper. good running this. They pick up 2 as it's played quite far towards the boundary. That's going to be a wide. Strained down leg. Sean Ramnarayan. Well, the man of the hour, Salman Arshad, walking into the comms tent. Please tell me you won this morning.
No, we didn't. We lost really badly too. It was a good game.
That's why you should have been here. Welcome. Oh, we mentioned there's a lot of cricket going on. Someone playing a game this morning before coming here, and that's going to be a wicket, a soft dismissal. And it's an important one. Pahul Pannu just chipping it to the fielder there. 26 for 2 at the end of 3. Well, you brought a wicket here, Salman.
Well, we saw a lot of wickets this morning too. So this is wherever I'm going this morning, there's a lot of wickets today. So that's a beginning. Montreal Thunders do have a decent start. 26 runs in 3 overs. Seems like they have used the power play well. Bar's gonna keep coming down because it's not stable.
Well, projected score gets them to 87. They're going at over 8 runs and over here.
That indeed was a soft dismissal, and a decent catch was taken as well.
Well, you've missed a lot of action this morning.
Really,
Really, Mississauga Premiers took on Montreal Thunder this morning. They came out on top, so a good display of batting again from them. They rotated the batting lineup, gave some of their middle order batters a chance to come up to the top, and they still dominated it. Managed 117 runs in their 10 overs. And then there was an exciting contest between the 2 men's sides in the men's exhibition game. Overthrows here. It allows for another single. OCA taking on the Mavericks, and unfortunately OCA were about 20 runs short in that contest, and the Mavericks made quick work of it with the run chase there.
that must have been a good game to watch, and I'm sure it must have been a high-scoring game as well.
No, not actually. They scored 71 runs, if I'm not wrong.
10 overs.
in
It's a
10.
decent score.
Well, listen, I think we've been spoiled by the Mississauga Premiers because we're used to seeing big totals thanks to them.
As I said yesterday, I've been really impressed by Divya. I did talk to a few of my fellows who played cricket with me, and we talked about her. What a batsman she is.
Well, this is poor. This is poor fielding. It has gone right through the hands and legs of the fielder at mid-wicket. And she's picked up a boundary from this, Leha Maksud. It was hit straight to the fielder. Correction, that's extra cover, actually.
As commentators, we're not supposed to take sides, but I really want to see Trinidad and Tobago win games here. They've traveled from far, and I see a lot of young talents in them too. A lot of kids playing for them, and I really want them to do well here.
Yeah, Mariella continuing this over. She's bowled 2 deliveries, and unfortunate to have gone for 4 on the ball before this. cut this time. Sean Ramnarayan will keep it to a single.
Talking about the batsman, Saleha is batting. She can hit some big shots, and I'm waiting for her to hit few. She's known for it.
So, who did you guys play this morning?
We played Royal Tigers versus Mississauga Dolphins, and Dolphins did really dominate us in the morning. They made one, we made one, they made 140, and they got us out under 60.
60.
Was collapse, and one of their left arm fast bowlers got early 4 wickets, put Royal Tigers under immense pressure, and they couldn't come back from it.
And your personal
I made
scores?
12 on 21. I stood there for a while.
It's not about standing there. We spoke about this yesterday.
Sometimes it is when you're losing wickets at the other end.
Intent to get home.
I'm generally known for being the aggressor, but this morning I had to slow down and just play it out as much as I could.
You know, next time you have to take my advice. Try it. Try it out.
Just be aggressive.
Well, not
Will do.
necessarily, but just have some intent to get over that line.
For most of my careers, people have been telling me you need to slow down, build the inning, take it longer. So today I was trying that, but it didn't work out.
How many overs was the game?
25.
Well, you don't have that much time to hang around.
Oh, well,
12 of 21, you said?
yes.
In a 25 over
It
game?
was a very heavy outfield, and to be honest, Mississauga Dolphins have very good bowling lineup too. That has been pulled towards fine leg.
Full toss. Deserved the punishment that it got. Unlucky to have not gone to the boundary.
Absolutely, they should have gone over the rope.
Well, listen, if I was coaching your side and you scored 12 off 21 in a 25 over game, we'd be having a chat after the game. I think this is the chat right here.
I definitely need few of those.
Well,
Manali,
sometimes it just doesn't go your way in cricket.
it does happen, but maybe it's time for me to put the boots away.
Really? Are we calling a retirement here?
No, not really. I'm just thinking of either work on my fitness and that's misfielding.
Well, the diving effort there, and unfortunately the ball wins that contest.
Was a good effort nonetheless.
Well, did we get a signal for 4 there? I'm not really sure I saw a signal from the umpire, but I might have missed it. It has been signaled 4 on the scorecard, though.
Big swing inside edge.
Yes, pitched quite full as well, going under her bat. Should be buys here.
Isma is batting. Montreal Thunder versus Trinidad South Young Warrior Divas.
Jump on, Gary. There are 3 mics.
Aaja bhai.
Can I use that one as well?
No, no, no.
Oh, we've got a guest in the house here. Gary Growall, after going for quite a few this morning, came out on the losing end of the contest as well. Welcome, Gary. Quite the introduction, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Sorry, let me reintroduce you. Recently, the winning coach of Team Ontario at the T20 Nationals. I think that's more appropriate.
Thank you. That is Trevin. 19 and 2 overs in a T10 when about 2 overs in the power play. That's not that
I
bad.
just remember the beamer that almost knocked out the batter.
Followed by a bouncer.
You nearly injured. He nearly injured himself avoiding that ball.
All part of the plan.
Oh, there's always a plan when Gary's around.
Hey, either you do it or you claim it.
So you're part of this very exciting World T10.
Yeah, it's a good fun tournament, promoting the women's game, and it's good to see these girls have a great time. Good talent on show as well. I just love to see the amount of girls that are participating in this tournament.
Well, listen, I will give you a bit of a challenge for your afternoon game. The highest total in this tournament so far is 154 in 10 overs.
Can you guys beat it?
Can you beat it?
Same boundaries. Same boundaries as the girls' game.
Same muscle mass? Sorry, is that what you asked? What was the question? Same muscle mass?
um, Outfield's a lot slower on the outer half. The ball dies a lot. So
Well, that's why you don't bother with the outfield. You go aerial.
let me get
That was advice from Trevin from this morning.
It's rich coming from Trevin to go aerial. I need to have a word with Trevin. Salman, though, goes only aerial over here.
Well, not today. 12 off 21. This one in a 25 over match. I told him we need to have a chat.
You got to give this man pace on the ball. Then you see the work. Then you see the fireworks.
So I didn't get the answer. Is the challenge on, or is it? Well, the air show has brought out some of the, your jets, F-17. I still find airplanes quite magical. I mean, I know there's science behind it, but they just look like they shouldn't be up there.
Okay, I have a question for Gary here. Gary, you coach young kids, and I have seen OCA is one of the major academies. You've been coaching young kids where girls and boys are playing together. At what age do you see that the difference between the muscle power comes to play in the game?
That's a good question, Salman. The the difference is when puberty comes into play. That's when you start seeing the real difference. Until then, I've seen women or like girls do same amount of push-ups, same amount of um, laps, or same speed. It's when the testosterone starts flowing and boys start hitting puberty. There. Under 13, under 12, that's when you really start seeing them mature and the strength starts coming into play.
Yeah, of course, women hitting puberty earlier than men. Girls usually hit puberty about 11 years of age. Boys, 2 or 3 years after that.
My daughter asked me a question, and the question was that Dad, why don't me and my brother play? Like, why don't you play with girls? So, is there a version of game we can? Is there a set of rules we can make to have a serious game where girls, women, and men can play together? Any version of the game, like
Well,
belly spinners,
listen,
test cricket.
I played a lot of men's cricket when I started my cricket. I played in the TND league. I don't think you need a different version per se. I think it just comes down to the level of cricket that's being played. In fact, we've seen quite a few women playing in men's leagues over the years here in Toronto.
Yeah, that's
Um,
I I second you on that, Manali. I think I mean you won't need different rules because pace on ball is all pace on ball is great, isn't it? So if a girl's batting and a guy's offering pace on the ball, let's put it away.
they can still time the ball pretty well, right?
Well, I think it comes down to playing conditions and the level as well. I mean, if we're talking 140 clicks, it might be a bit difficult. But that being said, Shabnam Ismail recently pulled the fastest ever women's delivery in T20 cricket, and the women's game is keeping up as well, and it's growing in that sense when it comes to the strength and the power and the pace. And the reason why that's happening is there's a lot of good coaching and there's a lot of strength and conditioning going into it. So overall, that standard and that gap is changing.
Monali, I was specifically talking about let's talk about a little bit of. I know we talk a lot about the shorter format of the game. What about something like Test cricket? It doesn't have to be a 5-day game, but can we have a version where women and men are playing a longer format of the game? Because let me be honest, I've seen a lot of cricketers, and we always talk about good head on the shoulder, which means staying calm, stay focused. And I see that quality is a lot more in girls than boys because boys generally want to be aggressive when they're batting.
Yeah, no, fair point. But
I've not really see the games have evolved in their own separate ways for a big reason. Men and women are very different. Genetically built different, genetically um, muscle masses are different, bone masses are different, strengths are different. And it is essentially two completely different sports that we're talking about here. So comparing men's cricket to women's cricket isn't comparing apples to apples. It's comparing apples to oranges. It is
Fair
very
enough.
different.
Fair enough.
I'll I'll give you an example of something we tried at OCA about 7 8 years ago. So we made a house league, 3 teams, and it didn't matter what tier of cricket you were playing in, or if you're a girl or a boy or a senior. We had a ratio in each team. Each team needed to have 3 girls and 3 juniors and 3 players, 3 men's players from the lower divisions and 3 players from your upper tier. And this is something that will never leave my mind. Miriam Coker got Sadza for Bone on a Yorker.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it. If we think about the ball, that's what we need to be looking at too, right? On that, we're not really playing the bowler; we're playing the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
That's
Uh,
a
Monali, would you like to see at least few games every year, which is co-ed cricket at competitive level, which like has just Gary just talked about having the ratio in the team. That wouldn't that be fun? Something to introduce?
If I'm not wrong, there was something that happened in Australia where we did see some co-ed cricket. I don't quite remember what that tournament was.
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, I remember seeing that as well. I think there's a big difference between cricket and other sports. I know we wanna imitate tennis and maybe do mixed doubles or have a mixed relay like they do in track
Yeah.
or badminton or table tennis, but racket sports get away with it because it's so much more about agility and
Yes.
not that much about power. You could be a very good technical tennis player or a badminton player, and you can compensate for the strength. Cricket's becoming so much more power dependent now. The modern day cricket is so power driven that it'll be hard. It will then you're talking about the example of power sports would be if you're doing shot put or something and you think you're only gonna have one competition.
No, no, fair point. I played
And
I
and
played co-ed badminton for my school, and out of the out of us two, my partner was the strongest person of the team because she had amazing drop. I could smash, but she had an amazing drop. So yeah, that makes sense.
I think with cricket, safety becomes a big part of it as well, right? Safety is a major contributing factor when it comes to the differences in strength.
Yeah, I think anytime it's a power driven sport, you'll have to keep the sexes separate.
All right, Gary, I have another question for you because you're coaching kids, and I'm asking this question as a parent because I have 2 girls and a boy. Who is easy to coach, girls or boys?
I I think it depends on how they're raised.
I think everyone is different. That's a
I think
difficult
it
question.
I think it depends on how they're raised, to be honest. I've honestly, I've dealt with girls who do not want to listen and they know everything, and I've dealt with boys who have the same issue. Being coachable is, I don't think it has anything to do with being male or female.
Hey, both of your coaches, I I need an advice here. So my daughters are really active. They want to run around. Where my son, he's lazy. What should I be doing with him?
Well, he probably just needs to find that one thing that really catches his attention. And if he finds that, I think you'll have no issues. My daughter, I've got a boy and a girl as well. My daughter is never seated. You'll never never find her sitting around. She's always, in fact, I think she spends more time on her hands than she does on her feet.
Wow. You mentioned she's into gymnastics, so fair enough.
Exactly, she is. And my son, we had gone through that period where he wasn't really as active as she was. But as time has gone on, and as they've gotten older together, and he's seen how active she is, he's now starting to keep up with that. So I think overall, seeing that setting and giving them that setting of allowing activity might make a change. And then just essentially finding something that they really love. I mean, for my son, and it breaks my heart, it really does, because he's taking a liking to cricket.
And both of the parents are professional cricketers.
And he doesn't know he's not going to be allowed to play cricket. No, I shouldn't say that, but you know, we especially me personally, I really didn't want to put my kids in cricket. Yet we have a lot of cricket between my husband and I, but
And your
But Manali,
and my in-laws, yeah, a lot of cricket. That whole side of the family has a lot of cricket.
So my honest belief in this is, and that's how, like, I have a 19-month-old daughter at home as well. So my honest belief in is make them athletes first,
Absolutely.
and then
Very fair
then they can decide whatever sport they want to play. But if you build that athletic foundation, which is be able to run, be able to jump, be able to catch, be able to throw, be agile, then you can just take those skills. That's the foundation. Then you can play whatever skill, and then the technique you'll develop the technique. But the foundation, the athletic foundation, has to be there.
And this is why we recommend for kids to be multi-sport athletes when they're young, because you're going to develop different skill sets and strengths from all sorts of sports, and you never know when you can pull that into one of the sports that you want to eventually specialize in. So when they're young, let them explore all the sports, let them try different things. It's too young to specialize by the time you're 6-7 years of age. You've got so many more options out there.
Is watching YouTube counts as a sport?
Watching YouTube, or there's a lot of finger sports with your thumbs.
So we actually have no tablets in the house. We don't have
We-
that for our kids.
Manali, I'm gonna be honest. I had that rule until my son was born, and then when we had to handle two kids at the same time, now we have three. So I think we allowed tablet, and they've taken over us.
But that's exactly why we've avoided it for as long as we have, because it is very addictive. It also makes you very lethargic.
Yeah, screen time is a big thing, but we're living in a world where it's not that easy to take care of.
It's doable. It's doable. We've been doing it for 6.5 years now.
Not everyone has as much patience as Trevin.
Yeah, don't say we, say he.
He is known for his patience, even when he was batting in his.
I tried to recruit Trevin to play today. He just didn't have the heart to ask Manali if he's allowed to play.
You guys are terrible. Listen, he's gone to play for his club. In fact, I also asked him to play for you guys today, but he said, no, my club needs me. So he's gone to play for the West Indians. Yeah, he's a very patient man. I will agree there. But we've been able to manage. He's been able to manage.
I have the same issue at home. I think I try a lot, but my wife gets in. It's like, all right, Miss Rachel.
You know what? And that's, I think if you have the device in your house, then you're automatically, at the back of your mind, you know you have that option. But if you don't have it around,
Yeah, then
then
you
you
gotta
can
find ways.
yes, exactly.
It's like changing topics, but stand-up comedians do that. So once they've made a special, they get rid of all that material, because if they keep using that in their live shows, they will never make new material.
That's very
They'll
interesting.
retire that material.
That's very interesting.
That's the same idea, right? You have to force yourself to come up with different things or whatever you're doing.
So at our house, our dining table, half of it, it's a big square dining table. Half of it is dedicated to arts and crafts, and they can be as messy as they want on there. They paint, they color, they cut, they create things, just allowing for that creativity. And I actually don't have anything nice up on my walls. We have no nice glass pieces anywhere, because my kids use our house for cricket, for hockey, for football, for basketball. They're constantly around sporting items that are going to force them to be active.
Your kids are going to be natural athletes, aren't they?
Well, listen, I will be disappointed if they don't specialize in one thing and go far with it. That I'm trying very hard not to pressure them at this point, but
Gary, cricket has grown a lot in this region of the world in last 10 years specifically. Do we see, as you're working with one of the major academies in Canada, do you see more kids in numbers coming in than 10 years ago?
Cricket's grown at a rate of knots. It's an exponential growth in the game right now. There's so much cricket. We have kids in the academy, 15-year-olds, we have just gotten into September. They've played about 45 games already.
Wow.
And you've still got 2 months of cricket left.
No, but I'm talking about quantity in terms of girls cricket. Like, what's the ratio? Like,
I mean, it's demand and supply, right? There's a mix-up.
oh my
Throw
dear
and then
lord,
one-
that
another
should have
one.
been a wicket. The bowler should have been faster to that, and that's just allowed for 2 runs. Unfortunate that. Unfortunate.
No backup there.
8 overs gone, 81 for 2, and they've got 2 overs. This is a 10-over contest, unlike the one we had in the morning. 2 overs to come in this contest.
While we've been talking, Saleh has been on a flyer. She's 35 of 19.
And a 50-run partnership.
Right.
if I'm not wrong, they have made more runs than the men game already.
Yes, they have.
We got off to a very slow start today. I think honestly, I think we both know. To take them into the 8th over to score 72, we just didn't have the intensity with the bat. We weren't pushing doubles. We were putting too high a price on our wickets for a T10 game.
Yeah, going back to that topic of running between the wickets, I mean, it's one of the basics of cricket. And we mentioned it a couple of times on the commentary, just how laid back it was. I think you might have missed out about 10 or 15 runs with just the slow running.
Yeah, for sure. We talked about that. Running was definitely not there, and even some of the shot selection, low percentage shots, trying to take the ball against the wind. It comes from not having played T10 cricket. Most of our guys play longer formats. To drop down to a T10 game it's challenging, and it was a run out chance again.
And
Direct hit, and that's a wicket right there.
That's Salia.
Saleha Maksud, she's out. She's gone for 35 off 20, 81 for 3. She's gone for a run out here as well.
Gary, I remember on a tour we were together. We had a coaching discussion where we were talking about not blinding ourselves when we're running. So if the ball's on the offside, our bat should be on the right side. If the ball's on the leg side, our bat should be on the left hand. So we are never blinded. But I've seen a lot of kids don't know the small tactical part of the game yet. So academies, are they really? Do we talk about these things in early age? When do we talk about these things when we're talking about coaching specifically?
Yeah, again, it's one of those things you can talk about it, but things like that can only improve if you play games and you learn from that. And the problem again is you play 5 months anyways, and everyone can bat in this country, but very few people can field or run or communicate with their partner. I've seen guys not have discussions, simple things that they need to talk about, or just for when you're taking the first run, you talk to your partner, or you just whisper two, or whatever your intent is there. Simple things like that. The new generation doesn't do it, and the problem really is because they play so much cricket indoors with no feedback and no repercussions for their shots. Just in there hitting ball after ball, and then they just pack it up and they're like, I had a great knock today. That's the end of it.
Yeah, the nets are very deceiving like that. Everyone looks like a superstar when they're batting in the nets until they come outside. And the whole fielding discussion's been a heavy one. We've seen poor fielding from the locals at the GT20. We've seen poor fielding from both our men and our women at their nationals. As that's struck down the ground, it's a low full toss. And they'll pick up just a single here. Should have been one for the throw there.
Manali, on the lighter note, when we're talking about nets, I think I have over 10,000 runs in the nets.
but only 12 today.
Only 12 today outdoor.
No, but the fielding is one aspect that Canada overall has struggled. We saw some poor fielding in the Netherlands as well. When you're in tight contests against strong sides, you just can't let off with those little mistakes. Because let's face it, you're expected to be good fielders. It's one thing you're guaranteed to do.
And that goes back to the same idea of limiting yourself or taking away your strengths for a little bit and forcing yourself to do things that you're not comfortable doing. Just get out of your bubble. Um, I personally used to only be able to swing the ball and bowl the new ball, and then I realized that I have to improve my game. So I stopped playing football in friendly games or little games that I was playing to just get a practice in because I had to learn to develop variations, learn to hit the deck. There's only so much I could do by just swinging the ball. Because number one, the white ball stops swinging after 4 overs anyways. So you cannot play cricket if you only bowl it for 4 overs and you're batting number 10. So going back to that point, you have to put yourself in positions where you learn new skills, and fielding is one of them.
It's going to be a new ball and a free hit. It's a beamer.
Is that a warning? Tom? Is that a warning for a dangerous ball?
She really throws her back as far back as she can.
That could have been run out. She could have just man-caged the batsman there.
Gary, I don't really know. I mean, I've known you for quite a long time, but not long enough with the question that I have. And I suppose this is a question for both of you. Back in the day, Canada used to play 4-day cricket, red ball cricket. Were any of you part of that setup?
I played few 2 days game. Never played a 4-day game.
We had 2-day club cricket. I've played a few of those as well. Salman and I grew up playing together. We played junior cricket at the same time too, and we played those 2-day tournaments that used to happen. And during your T10 season, you'd have 50-over games, and then you would have two-day games in the season.
Yep.
And they were excellent. I only managed to play 2 of those in that 1 year that I played, and then they got rid of it.
9 overs gone, 88 for 3. This is the final over of this innings. Yeah, it's crazy how the whole mentality has shifted. Back in the day, we were trying so hard for that test status. So we were pushing the 2-day cricket. Played a lot of 4-day cricket against the other associates, Ireland, Netherlands, Scotland. And now it's completely vanished, and everything's focused on that shorter format of the game. Now it's an achievement to have your ODI status, which we've had for a long time.
Manali, I'm just going to talk about club cricket here. Gary was just talking about it too. When we played, our coaches always told us not to take the aerial route, because if we take the aerial route, we were not considered a batsman. We were considered we were called a slogger. But now, T20 and T10 being part of the cricket fraternity and major part of it, I don't see coaches telling people to, keep the ball on the ground. Or is this still the case as coaches?
Well, Salman, disappointingly, it still is the case, and that's where we're really faltering as a nation. Coaches locally are still telling players and still penalizing players for taking the aerial route, for playing the unorthodox shots. And at some point, that mindset's going to need to change. The game's changed tenfold in a very short span amount of time. So we need to give the freedom to the players to be able to express themselves with all of these shots.
This is the exact discussion we were having during the men's national T20, where there were players from certain teams that were playing very textbook cricket of just driving the ball to the cover fielder, driving the ball to the cover fielder, and you could tell that it's been ingrained in them that they have to play along the ground, and just that stigma of if you go over the top early on, you're a batter or a slogger. If you saw for that one.
Right.
And most coaches would say, "Why are you hitting the ball in the air? It's a new ball." He read what I was going to do. He sat back, he sat deep in his crease, got the Yorker out, and the park.
Yeah, you mentioned, I like to take the aerial route. I feel like I was born in the wrong year because I've been yelled at a lot for playing the aerial route in my career.
I think we all have, and because cricket's changed so quickly, our coaches haven't had the time to adjust.
Yeah, for sure. It's something I personally do a lot. I bring guys in and make them do drills, reversing the ball, scooping the ball. We set up constraints where we play scenarios indoors and we say your only scoring option is over cover. Or we even play scenarios we go wind is going one way, you have to score, you have to hit with the wind. Or we tell them this is a short boundary, that's a long boundary. So just get them thinking that way. And innovation, when you're playing playing an innovative shot should be okay. There's mechanics involved in every shot you play in the book.
And that whole constraint-led approach is such a good way of training indoors. In fact, to still see players come out to the nets and coaches just give them, okay, you got 5 minutes to bat and then you're done, or 10 minutes, whatever the time is, regardless whatever the time is, when you've not set a goal or a constraint or given them a reason that they're working towards whatever goal it is, then you've completely lost point of that training session. You've come in, you've aimlessly batted, and you've gone back.
Exactly.
It's the same for the bowlers as well.
No, it happens a lot in the club cricket practice. I've seen this. I've been part of those practices. I'm going to be honest. There's no plan whatsoever going in batting. But what's the definition of slogger in today's cricket? Are there still sloggers, or are they all called batsmen now?
I think slogging is still a thing, but I think very few people truly slog the ball. Um, when you say slogging the ball, oh, that one's gone through the legs at mid wicket. Sweetly timed shot there, but it should have only been one run. Um, I think the mid wicket fielder lost her balance there.
I actually had this conversation yesterday with some of the people who were here at the ground, and they'd mentioned, footwork is so important, getting in line of the ball is so important. I'm like, you know what? Yes and no, because we're now looking at a whole different aspect to the game in terms of balance, in terms of transfer of weight, how you're able to use your hands and play through the line. So in terms of what we used to call the basics, has now really evolved over time. But with that, that's going to be the end of the first innings. 96 for 3 is what Montreal Thunder have managed. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, the Trinidad Warriors need 97 to win this contest. We'll be back momentarily. That was good. Good conversation, guys. Let's do that in the second half. You're still on, by the way. Just gotta hold it down. Yeah. No. The other side. I thought the other one's on. Just check.
malam tuh. Malam ऊपर शक्ल में जे बैठी. हाँ. Mari di mana?
Kulbir. That's the bowler's name, right? Kulbir. Kulbir bowling great. As she comes in for her fourth delivery of this over. And she starts running in to deliver her fourth delivery. And that's a very good ball. No runs off that ball. Right now, the Trinidad South Young Warriors needs 70 runs off 14 balls. That is impossible to get, but we're just gonna play through the game. Let the ladies have some fun. And she just played in there and goes to the covers. 1 run. And Colbert been bowling great as her first over, only given 4 runs off her 5 deliveries. And there she goes, her last ball. And that will be a wide ball called by the umpy. You guys don't do no interviews? No interviews? We'll do it in the next game. This game is too boring. Next game we do commentary.
Yeah. हम बैटरी नहीं
मैच आईडी ये टेक्स्ट कर दे सर मैक्स कर दे 125 तो 36
अरे वेलकम सर मला काय नव्हतं मला ऊपर लगा दे रहा है हां वही बोल गया कि और डिफेंस कर रहा है देख लो और वेट
मधु मैचेस की देखी
कई क्या दिक्कत है काल का डिफेंस का दिक्कत है
समझ में
खाता टाइम नहीं होगा खाता बनी कोई यार
रंग पे नाखी है
પેલા તું શું કરું છું બધું કરતો નહીં ને જો આપણે કેમેરો ને ખુરશી એની જ લાઈનમાં પાછળ લઈ જવાનું બરાબર હા ખાલી
टॉस में अंदर नहीं तो હું થઈ
જો ખબર ટોસ થતો હોય ને તો પહેલાં એ જતું રહેવાનું એને છોડી દેવાનું હમણાં
माइक दे देता हूं हां कैमरा लेके जाएंगे तो फिर मैं टॉस करूंगा आप ले चलो माइक दे दो हां दे दो चालू कर चालू कर कर लो
Welcome back to the action. We're at the World T10, and we're coming to you with the men's exhibition game, OCA taking on Centurions Cricket Club. This is Manali Patel. I'm joined alongside Salman Arshad and Gary Growal. Welcome, gentlemen.
Two of that's 9 teams playing. They're the best level of cricket you can get in Canada for men's sports. And OCA has won the toss and elected to bat first. Both of the captains said they wanted to bat first. And when I asked the skipper, what is the score you're looking for batting first, they said 100 110. And on the bowling side, when I asked the same question, they said we want to make sure the score remains below 100.
Yeah,
OCA coming off a loss as well.
yeah. Playing on this AstroTurf, 110 is the minimum. Our boys, OCA boys, had a long meeting about the intent with the bat. We've made a couple of changes. Our skipper Devin is going to open the batting. Comes with a really good reputation. Plays first-class cricket in Sri Lanka for Burger Cricket Club.
With the ball, we have Jade. Jade Gaymore is one of the serious campaigners, experienced campaigners.
Ashish and Devin, they're going to be opening the bat for OCA. Jade Padmore, he's got the ball in his hand.
Jade Padmore's been playing cricket in Canada for a decade now. Hails from Barbados.
Gary, I've batted against Jade a lot of the time. He has good. He nips the ball really well inside, outswingers and in-swingers. He's one of the serious campaigners with the new ball.
Yeah, Jade's a proper cricketer. Can bat as well. Good in the field as well. Recently became a father, so congratulations to Jade and his family.
Well, starting with a big swing first up. It's not out of the middle, but it's going to be runs on the board. Doesn't matter where they come from. There's that running between the wickets that comes into question again, though.
Yeah, Ashish lethargic between the stumps one more time.
It was a thick outside edge. Ball going towards the third man. There is no third man protection. If the ground was a little faster, this could have been 4 runs outside the edge.
Intent very clear here from OCA.
Good bowling from Jade. Good length. Is making sure that he's keeping it tight, giving no width to the batsman.
Are you surprised that he's not part of the national setup, Jade Padmore? Struck down the ground this time. Oh, needed a direct hit. He would have been gone by miles.
Wow, that's some bad calling there, Gary.
Well,
What did you tell them?
I don't think it was bad calling. I think he said yes, and non-striker wanted to run. The striker sent him back. I think that was good calling because he turned back.
Using his feet and just over the fielder at point. This is lucky. This is a life. Just getting it over the hands of the fielder. pick up 2 more.
Ashish living on the edge here, taking his chances, which he should in a T10 game.
The breeze is pretty strong. Do you think it's helping the bowler, helping Jade with the new ball?
Having bowled with this ball in the previous game, the ball's not swinging much anyway, so I don't think it matters.
They stick to a single.
That should have been 2.
Again, the running between the wickets has continued to be a challenge for OCA. Just see some of the planes in the background there. We had the CNE air show. Well, we've lost Salman to the birds.
Salman's our plane concierge. Jade Padmore running in one more time. Slower ball.
We'll call that well placed.
Thick edge. Devin sprinting back for the double.
In between the keeper and first slip, well placed.
Yeah, it didn't carry to the keeper. It was a good effort by the first slip fielder as well, I think.
When you're batting against Jade,
7 for no loss at the end of 1.
when you're batting against Jade, it's very difficult to read the slower one. But from the side, you can actually tell the way he released the ball that it's going to be a slower one.
Yeah, Jade bowls an off cutter. Ball comes from. He drags his fingers down the side of the ball. Someone I think Manali brought up, should he be in the national setup? I think Jade's, to be honest and be very candid, I think Jade is not at his peak anymore. He's also dealing with some injuries. So he's got a lot to prove. I think he's still got cricket in him, but there's a lot of competition for his spot right now, or for the spot he plays.
Who do you think? If Jade were to replace, who do you think he would replace on the Canadian side?
Well, he's not in the Canadian side yet, though.
But if he would be,
Who would he replace? Well, I think, and Gary mentioned this, and I don't want to say past his prime necessarily, but we didn't bring him into the setup when he was in his prime.
Yeah, it's fair. Precisely. I think 4 years ago, Jade was bowling about 10 clicks faster than what he's bowling today. He was excellent in the field, and he used to bat in the top 6. He was a genuine all-rounder, really good through the offside. Had all the gears with the bat.
Hey, Gary, quick question. I see Jade wearing the spikes playing an Astrodrop. Are they even allowed to play it in spikes on this wicket? Because that's probably permanent damage to it.
I'm not sure if he's allowed to play with the spikes either. I think those are very small spikes too. They could be rubbers actually. I don't know. Can't tell from here. Yeah.
They definitely look like metal spikes from here. Again, maybe the umpires aren't quite clued in as
I
to
don't
the
think
footwork.
umpires are aware of it.
Pooley Prem into the attack as the other opening bowler.
Bowling at a decent pace and getting the dot balls early in the power play is very useful for Centurions. OCA really need to make use of this power play. There's strong breeze and they can use of it. They can make use of the breeze to go to the aerial route.
Yeah, the intent was evident from Devin. Walk down the wicket and try to go over covers there. Left armer has a different angle though, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge.
He's beaten for pace there. He wanted to pull it. Got big on him though. You could just see where his arms were. He's so cramped for room.
Yeah, he got rushed there. This AstroTurf is notorious to be skiddy and bouncy at the same time. So if you haven't played on this Danville AstroTurf, it does take some getting used to.
Well, uses his feet, and he's used them well here.
Six.
Oh dear, it's going to go for 6 runs.
I think that should have been taken. He was just at the boundary. Jade is someone I would expect to take this catch.
Well, nonetheless, it's 6 runs here. It's the first maximum of this innings. They move up to 16 for no loss. 2 deliveries to come in this over. And this gives so much confidence to a batter who's just been rushed for pace. The delivery before.
That's a good ball. Very good shot.
Yeah, but quick adjustment. He's realized it's coming on a bit faster off the wicket than he thought it would. Again, one of those challenges switching from turf to Astro.
He tries to go again, and I think he's copped that one. It looked like the side when he turned around, when he swiveled. It might have just caught the side of his chest.
That was a poor ball with fine leg up in the circle. Pooley's got away with one that was short and down the leg, and no protection on that side.
Had it connected, that would have been a boundary.
Yeah,
Sure.
that had 4 written all over it.
Straight down the ground. That's a tracer bullet. Now the outfield is a bit heavy there, and you can see the ball just slowing down, which is unfortunate because that should have been 4 from the get-go.
Yeah, very slow outfield. Like I said earlier today, the outer portion of this field is very slow.
Was played towards long on, but it was played with the horizontal bat. That is.
2 overs gone, 19 for no loss.
On track to make 100 right now, but the power play is what's going to be crucial, or how you play after the power play is what's going to really decide how it's going.
So what you're saying is the challenge was not accepted.
The challenge was definitely not accepted. I have no shame in saying that.
I mean, both these teams play a lot of their games in King City, and they go spin heavy. This is very different than playing in King City. Do you think the the environment or the way they're playing will change according to the situation of the game and the wind and the breeze and AstroTurf?
Yeah, I think both teams know that, and that's why Centurions is bowling. They bowl pace in the beginning of the game, 2 overs of pace early on.
Oh,
Keeper missed it there. Keeper signaling for awkward bounce. I think that's an excuse, though. I think that was a standard run out there. Ashish sending Devin back one more time. Again, you can tell a mismatch between the running styles. Devin is a lot more aggressive. You think that was a run, Salman?
I wouldn't want to run that. If I was a non-striker, and I wouldn't want to run that. Maybe when I'm on strike, because ball was hit harder, it had to pass the fielder before I would make a safe call.
Yeah, it was more of a wait call than a commitment. But again, it's T10 cricket. You're bowling, playing third over of the game. You just go for those.
He's got a little bit on that.
Nope. Signaled wide.
Signal wide.
Signaled wide, and are they going to come back for the third one? Yes, Ashish is going for the third one.
One
This is a
short.
big day. And the
Keeper missed it again.
keeper's
made
missed
mess
a
of it
run out.
again.
That could have been a run out there.
It's a wide ball. It's short run, and then there's a miss run
So
out. of
way
this
too
ball.
much happening on this one ball here. So first of all, let's backtrack here. That's wide outside off, quicker one. The keepers missed it. The batters decide to come back for the third one. Meanwhile, they have run a short run, so it would have been two anyways. But it could have been one because there was a run out opportunity on the keeper's end.
I was just talking about these teams bringing spinners early on, and in a T10 game, within the power play, we see a spinner bowling already from Centurions.
Well, it's common practice these days, especially with a shorter version of the game. It's cut
Well-
away. It's cut away in the gap as well. I'd really like to see a third run here. Again, just not quick enough on the first two to be able to allow that third one.
I think that would have been a very pushed third run, even on the best case scenario. Because the ball slowed down a lot. It didn't even get close to the boundary line there.
Big appeal
Reverse
here,
off
and
it,
it's
he's
been
gone.
given. It looked dead straight. He wanted to reverse it. Got no bat on that. And that's going to be the first wicket for OCA, 24 for 1.
Tua is known for economical bowling in power play, and he has gotten his man early on.
To firing them in. The reverse sweep was on. There was no fielder. There was only a point and a third man, so the gap was wide open there. Um, can't blame him for the short selection, but the execution was lacking there. Devin turns back after a quick knock off.
Well, they're going at 8.5
11.
runs and over here. And it gets up to 85.
So Gary, this is a T10 game. We want to see some maximums. What's the strategy here? Does OCA have power hitters sitting in the bench, ready to go in and have some lusty blows out there?
Yeah, Ravi Upadhyay, the man just walking in right now, he's definitely capable of clearing boundaries. Having said that, executing it is a different story. Again, it's a tough AstroTurf to switch to if you haven't played much on Astros. Tua fires that one in, bowling wide Yorkers with the new ball as a left-arm spinner. Good tactics there. Just the one wide in the over that went for 3.
3 overs gone, 24 for 1. It's a full 10 over contest here as well.
Full 10 overs. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
Well, you played a 9 over contest in the morning, so you've got a whole extra over. 6 legal deliveries in there.
We were joking, we were like, are we going to call this N9?
This
I
really
wonder how short we can really go. At some point, we're going to get to just flipping a toss to see who won the game.
Might as well. I think we already have um, super overs and what do you think? One ball games?
would it be sport
What's
then?
the What's the point though? Then what's the point of the contest?
This heavy wind towards south side. So from this end, where the batsman is right now taking the strike, it will be difficult, more difficult actually, to clear the long on or long off boundary right now. So they have to make batsmen have to know this, and they have to make use of the wind as well when they're batting on the north side to clear the south end.
Yeah, percentage cricket needs to be played. Fast bowlers come on from the other side as well now.
But tell you what, with all the cricket that we're discussing, the one thing that's missing today is that ice cream truck.
Oh yes, I yesterday I ran to ice cream truck, and as soon as he saw me, he left, and I was about
Oh
to
my
buy.
gosh, what does that mean, Salman?
They're telling you
His
something,
chins.
Salman. We had a conversation off here which we won't bring up.
Ravinder is bowling. He has a very slingy action, and he really enjoys the one odd short ball in every over almost. So let's see if he bowls one of those right now.
Calls for catch it.
Taken by Mihir
And
Patel at covers. Trying to flat bat that over covers there.
well, that's another wicket. 2 wickets here gone in quick succession for OCA. 24 for 2. And it looks like bringing in Ravindu has brought yet another wicket. OCA ambling across here. Coach saying they're aiming for about 100. Projected score at the moment just gets them to 72.
Ravindra has that extra zip, which often surprised the batsman. I've seen him do that in elite and S9 cricket very often.
I guess with T10 cricket, you really don't have much time to try and build that partnership or to get a few balls in and get a base going. At least with T20, which we say T20 is a shorter format, but T20 still allows you that time, just a little bit, to get in there for a second and to rebuild. There's really none of that in a T10.
Manali, you have advised me on intent. That's what it's all about. T10 cricket intent.
Yeah, it's my first time playing slash coaching a T10 tournament, and it's different. And I almost feel like the intent of the batting team should be to try to get all out, because there can't be more intent than that.
You,
Just go all ends out. Try to be 6-7 down by the end of your innings.
I'm sure a team like OCA has batting till very last man, and the intent needs to be there, like such as this.
Well,
Cut
that's
over.
a good shot. An
Yeah.
uppercut, and it's gone to the boundary. It's flown to the boundary, in fact.
Dilraj using the pace of the ball and just getting underneath it and carving it over gully. He's someone who's played a lot of cricket on this AstroTurf cricket. So, and right off the bat, you can tell he's used to that rush the ball gives you off the wicket. He was sitting back waiting for that. And someone like Devin or Ashish who have not played any cricket on this AstroTurf, and it was just very visible from the way they've been batting.
Tell you what, I played a lot of cricket on this wicket, Gary, and this wicket changes with the weather. You expect an AstroTurf to remain very consistent, but this wicket does not.
That's interesting. So, do you think it's something that gets faster as the day goes on and the moisture is taken out of those artificial fibers?
Actually, the only thing which is consistent on this wicket is the bounce. So if it's raining, it's gonna skid with the bounce. If it's dry, the ball just holds on like a tennis ball sponge.
So it gets a bit slower as the day goes on. Ravi on strike now. Fifth ball of the over. OCA 29 for 2 after 3.4.
But we talk about shorts and ball swing with the heavy breeze. But on this ground, I have seen batsmen struggle because the wind really disturbs the flow of the shot as well if the bats are light.
Again, that bounce there. Again, Ravi's just not expecting it to get that high from that side. Yeah, again, AstroTurf cricket needs an AstroTurf cricket technique. So the boys who play a lot more AstroTurf cricket are just so used to playing on this elevated ground with the wind, and they know how to clear it. I've seen them hit into the wind, but they hit a bit flatter, so the ball travels a bit more. Call for two here. They've turned back. Jade gets to the ball. Direct hit. And not out is the call from the umpire.
That was close. An excellent throw from Jade Padmore. Gary, because there's an extra bounce, there are four fielders behind the batsmen right now when the fast bowler is bowling. So the fielding side is anticipating outside edges and inside edges because there's an extra bounce, an extra pace, an extra zip right now.
Yeah, 31 for 2 after 4 overs. Yeah, you're exactly right. There's anticipation at play, and in a T10 game, they're almost at halfway point in this innings. So you just have to be ahead of the game a little bit, and Centurion's definitely on top right now with the score of 31 after the end of the power play. OC are going just below 8 and over right now. They need to find a way to kick this up a notch. They need a big over, a 16-17 run over here. That's what's needed. Change in bowling. Imraz Rafi coming into bowl. Offies around the
Interesting
wicket.
because the wind, as I mentioned, is going towards the south side, and you have a spinner on from this side. So this is a chance for the batsman to make some runs, quick runs here, because they can take the advantage of the wind right now on a spinner.
Full and straight, and Dilraj just trying to get that over that mid-off fielder. It just couldn't get underneath that one there. Yeah, you're right, Salmani. This is an over that they really need to try to cash in off-spinner bowling into the wind.
I don't know, Gary. If I was leading this team, I would never have spinner bowling from this end.
Well, it struck down the ground. It's going to be a couple of bounces to the fielder in the deep. They pick up a single. Well, so far he's going well.
Yeah, good length. Experienced campaigner. Imraz has played a lot of cricket in the Middle East and in Sri Lanka. Scores runs by the buckets in S9 every year. Good in the field as well. Let's see if Ravi can try to take him on. But he knows he's bowling those Yorkers. Again, a Yorker. Ravi gets underneath it a little bit better, but just a one again.
It's a T10 game. I would anticipate more of sweeps shot going towards square of the wicket too if unable to clear the boundary on long on or long off. But I haven't seen any yet.
And just as you requested, Dilraj tried to sweep a full ball, and he's found Jade Padmore. I don't know if ball caught Jade or Jade caught the ball, though.
I don't know about that, but that's definitely a commentator curse.
No, regardless, what that teaches us is do not listen to Salman Arshad. Because that's now brought on yet another wicket for OCA. He listened to you, he went square.
He swept the ball to the fielder.
33 for 3 at the end of 4.4.
It's just the length's not there. I think it's just bowling very, very full, and you're risking getting slapped on the pads if you miss it and the ball going underneath. The lap scoop was a better option, but then the outfield's too slow for that as well. You're only going to get 1 or 2 for that. 2 at 2 is your best case scenario if you paddle it. Ayaz Sahibi walking in to bat right now.
With 33 for 3, we're almost at the halfway point here. That 100 looks really far away at the moment.
Yeah, and you wanted 150 from us. It was. I don't think 150 is on the cards on this. I think hundreds a winning total. But regardless of what the total is, OCA needs to just keep going at it. One big over can change the game. Imraz doing a really good job of bowling into the wind with off spin here.
Centurion Camps looks really happy right now.
Another Yorker. He's bowled 5 Yorkers in a row here.
Gary, does it make you want to go in?
No, absolutely not. Surprised him with that one. That looked high. I asked signaling to the leg umpire. Leg umpire saying it's dipping underneath. Questionable call there. That looked a little bit high to me.
5 overs gone. 34 for 3.
As an off spinner, all of the 6 deliveries were quicker. So I guess they know they're bowling against the wind and they want to make sure the batsman is not get any wind.
Yeah, I hope they know. I mean, it definitely was a tactical call to bring an offie on to board darts full and wide outside off. He executed every single ball in that over. Maybe not the last one, but he got the job done in that over for his team there. Always. Batsman just in shock that that wasn't given as a wide. That was way outside off.
Well, that reaction looked like he might have been struck on the head.
Yeah, that was a shocker of a call. I don't know how that was not a wide. This time the umpire gives it. Into the 6th over of the game. It's 33. So we're going below 7 and over right now. Big swing and a miss.
There's some pace.
That's quick. As I mentioned earlier, he has a little bit of a slingy action which can be deceiving to some batsmen. You're not used to it. And he likes to bowl a few short balls as well.
I was trying to scoop that one. No bad on that one. Just a nothing shot right now.
Had it connected, there's no deep fine leg or well, there is a deep square leg.
Yeah, he had to get the really fine and get some elevation on it to get over the 45 fielder. So again, a high risk shot there. Trying to go with the wind, doesn't want to take the wind on. Drives that down the ground for a single.
Well, credit to the Centurions team here. They've really come in and bowled tight. They've picked up regular wickets as well. And they look like they're putting up a dominant performance against the OCA side.
There you go. It's high over long off. Does that have enough on it? Nope, that does not. It does. So, welcome boundary for OCA here. Ravi finally gets a hold of one and gets it over the mid-off fielder.
That was a good shot or extra cover.
Yeah, Ravi Upadhyay has been with OCA for about 2 years now. Plays second 11, third 11 cricket for us. Aspires to play a higher level of cricket. Works hard on his game. Still got the age on his side. Just 25. So a lot of our guys are in that mix where they're playing second tier, third tier cricket within our club, and they aspire to play S9. So it's good to see them have this opportunity playing against talent that they haven't not really used to playing against. Short ball, that was quick. He got rushed on that one to get his bat through in time.
That was a quick bouncer from Ravindra. End of the over. 39 for 3 after 6.
4 overs. I think they do well to get to 80 right now. 10 runs and over. If you want to get anything more than 80, you need a big over here, a 15, 16 run over.
Coach, have we given up on that 100?
No, I'm just saying, like, you're behind the 8 ball for sure. You need a big over. You need a skyscraper of an over to get there. It's entirely possible, but yeah, the rate's not there right now.
Tua is back on attack again.
That's a thick outside edge. It should be 2 runs here. The issue for OCA has just been the lack of boundaries. They've been hard to come by. While the singles and the doubles are coming, it really doesn't accelerate the run rate the way you need it to.
They have 7 wickets in hand. They should go for boundaries now. They can
Just outside the reach of the bowler there. Could have really restricted those runs. Nonetheless, they pick up 1 run here.
I expect the batsmen to go for some high risk shots because, as I said, they have 7 wickets, 7 batsmen in the dugout, and only 3.5 overs left, so they should go for some big ones. That could have been a chance.
Yeah, difficult in your follow through. It was hit back pretty hard as well, and that's going to be a run out. Good throw this, good reaction as well. The batters, they were looking for that quick single, but in this case, the ball wins. It's going to be the 4th wicket here, 42 for 4.
Non-striker batsman was backing up, so it was easier for him to get to the striker end, but striker was on his knee. That's where striker was behind, and the throw came earlier than he anticipated. Projected score right now is 63. Whatever the target is, I want to see a good competition, a tight game, a close game. It's T10. Big swing and a miss. It also missed the keeper. Tua is throwing those rockets inside as a spinner. Those are some quick balls for a spinner. That is end of the 7th over. 44 for 4 for OCA. Centurions must be very happy right now with the performance they have given so far. There has been, if I remember correctly, there has been only 1 6 from the opener, and since then, lack of boundaries in this inning.
One, it's credit to some really good bowling. We've mentioned this time and time again. The line has been good, the length has been good, the pace has been good.
No doubt, Centurions have been bowling really well, but it's a T10 game, Manali. I really was anticipating some boundaries from the batsmen here, which is lacking right now. 44 for 4 in 7 overs is not a bad score for a T20 game, maybe a 50-over game, but for a T10, it's definitely very low.
You know what they need? Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Get some energy back in them.
My doctor has said no to it for me.
Seriously. Pushed into the offside. I think it's going to be another double here.
What's surprising me is only 3 overs left, and I still don't see the aerial route taken by the batsman yet.
And I think that's credit to the bowling as well. The way everything is so quick and darted in, they're just not able to get under it.
That's right. I haven't seen a flighted ball in this whole inning yet from the spinners as well.
There you see, fired in, Yorker length.
Should I request for another sweep, Manali?
Then he would have been bowled on that. Well, you know what they say, the best batters in the world make it seem that they've got all the time in the world when they play their shots. It hasn't quite been the case for the OCA batters today. There again, rushed, half an appeal. It was a good length again, a Yorker. Going to see some overthrows. It was a direct hit. They come back for 2 runs.
It was a good throw from the wicketkeeper, but it hit the stumps and the ball deviated, giving batsman the chance to take the second. Forty-eight for 4 in 7.3 overs. Projected score is 64. I would really like to see an 80 on board at least. Stepped out, driven the ball, but only for 2 runs. Ooh.
More overthrows here. And he's been given. He has been given out. And again, we're not at the best of angles to tell from here. But it looked like he was in.
It looked very close, Manali. I really thought from this angle he wasn't out, but it must have been a close call.
.48 for 5. OCA.
In a shorter format, sometimes a wicket could be a blessing because a batsman could walk in who might have a better eye-hand coordination and just hit few. And in this situation, I want to see some aerial shots right now. I want a batsman who can get under the ball and use the air.
I'm pretty sure your team was thinking the same thing when you were batting this morning.
I'm pretty sure, actually, I was telling myself I gotta hit one, but my team was telling me, hey, stay there, stay there. Sometimes the situation is when everybody is telling you something and your cricket or body language wants to do something else and you're forcing yourself to do that and you lose your wicket away, and that's what happened to me today.
Well, Jade was not, in fact, bowling in his spikes. He had a second pair of shoes there that he had changed out of. Rubber spikes to bowl.
That makes sense.
He's bowled. That is a quick delivery, and it's knocked the stumps over. It's going to be yet another wicket here for OCA. 50 for 6. And he's on a hat trick.
Hat-trick ball in a T10 game. That is amazing. All the bowlers have been really, really economical. Well, from Centurions, we have Mahir Patel, who's going to come to bat. I'm excited to watch him bat. Then we have Deep Patel, I want to see bat. So there are a few batsmen I'm really excited to see, especially on this AstroTurf on a bouncy and quick wicket. Manali, we're not supposed to take sides. But before the start of the game, who do you think would have won this game, or did you expect this result?
You know, I really didn't have a prediction between the two sides. I think it was always going to come down to how well you would have limited the number of runs being scored.
What about now? Do you think Centurion's on top?
I would say yes, based on the score. But cricket's a funny game, and there's still a whole other innings to come. So we'll have to see how well OCA can bowl.
I cannot agree more. I just want to see a game which is close. It's T10 cricket. We want to see tight games, games going to the wire, games going to the last ball. Can we have super over in T10? batsman wasn't ready. Batsman stopped the ball. Let's see the signal of umpire. Umpire calling the dead ball. If the game ties, do we have a super over? That's the question.
I haven't really seen anything in the playing conditions, but I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. Let me check the playing conditions right now. Well,
50.
it's not a hat trick. 50 for 6 though after 8.
Looks like Jade Padmore is warming up, getting ready to ball again, and he has changed his shoes. Let's see if it would make a difference in his pace without those spikes. Started off with a white ball.
There is going to be a super over if a match is tied, according to the playing conditions.
Let's route for a tie match.
Down the ground. Oh, that would have been mighty close, and it would have been the catch of the game as well. 4 runs here.
That was a very good effort by, I think it's Mahir. No, it's not. But it was, nonetheless, it was a very good effort and a welcome boundary for OCA. They need few of those, especially when only few balls left. The wind is going to south side. This could have, they need to target from this end, straighter boundary. 56 runs in 8.2. Projected score is 67. Let's see if OCA gets to the projected score right now. I really think if they hit a couple of more boundaries or one good over right now or just few balls, they might just get to 75. Dot ball. And if they do get to 75, this game will have more fire in it. And OCA will have a better target to chase because this is only T10 cricket and every 5 runs make a psychological difference.
Well, they're just not connecting here. I think they're trying to swing a little too hard. And in doing so, they're losing shape. The head's falling over, they're losing shape, they're really not able to connect with the ball. Well, he connects well there. Pulled into the leg side. 2 diving fielders, they do well. It's going to be 3 runs. They save a single here. Good running this.
That is better running. That those 3 runs, every run counts right now. They're almost at 60. I think they can get to 75. I'm cheering for OCA to get to 75 right now. We'll have a better and more interesting game then. No, Manali, I'm seeing a huge difference in pace of Jade Badmore once he changed his spike. So as a fast bowler, having the security of good footwear really gives you the confidence to run in hard and take that leap and ball as quick as you can.
Comes down to this final over here. 61 for 6 at the 9 over point. 6 legal deliveries and projected score at this run rate only gets them to 68 runs. You're going to have to feel they're about 20, 25 runs short if they don't get past that 68 mark.
Well, I'm sure they're not getting to 100, but I would really like OCA to get to 75, as I said before. But even that 75 looks difficult right now, the way Centurions have balled so far. But and now the batsmen are the end they're batting from. the wind is not in their favor as well. So I don't anticipate a lot of runs in this over, but let's just hope for the best.
Puli Prem comes back into the attack. Oh, and that's a good shot. That has been lapped. And it's going to run away to the boundary. The way he opened the face of the bat, he picked up that pace and he helped it just along the way. That's a good-looking shot.
Very good awareness from the batsman. As I said, he's batting against the wind, so he just paddled it towards fine leg, and he got his team an extra 4 runs. 5 more balls to go in this inning. 65 for 6. Wickets are really just a number right now. It's the runs which are the key.
They needed this boundary. They needed to start with this boundary in this final over.
Big
Down.
swing.
Down into the offside. And they pick up 2 runs here. Bashisht moves from 9 off of 6 deliveries, and Yakshu 13 off 7.
Swing and a miss. Batsman just running, making sure that they don't get a dot ball.
Well, they pick up a bye here. Nearly run out on both ends.
Well, they have to do that. As I said, they have 4 wickets in hand and there are only 4 deliveries left. They cannot afford to have a dot ball right now. Sorry, 3 deliveries.
3 final deliveries in this first innings. Again, not timed. It's padded into the leg side. What's impressive, though, here is the running. The keeper's really not getting many in the gloves here today.
Keeper is struggling for sure. But I'm happy that OCA has gone past 70. As I said, in T10 game, every 5 runs make a psychological difference. Let's see if they get to 75 in the next 2 balls.
Well played again. And just over the fielder, a fine leg. And they're going to stick. This might be trouble. This might be trouble. We got 2. He's just run a double by himself, the batter.
That is amazing. The other batsman just kept calling no. He could have just run and made an extra run for
Yeah,
his team.
That's poor. Poor running that.
I think if I was the batsman, the only reason I would do this is to make sure that I get to play the last ball of the inning. So let's see what he does in the last ball of the inning.
Well, listen, the lap shots have worked, and you told him to play square of the wicket. I don't know if that's what's brought out the 2 laps, but they've picked up 6 runs from them so
Yeah,
far.
I wouldn't call it square of the wicket, but it's as long as the runs are coming. Well, they're batting against the wind, so I'm not expecting him to hit a 6 on a long on or a long off. So lap shot is definitely here on here.
Well, that's flown. That's a thick edge, and it's flown over the keeper. And it's going to be 2 more here to finish this innings.
And he just throw his wicket away. Not that it matters, but
Well, run out on the final run there. 74 for 7.
75 to win.
And 75 runs to win.
I think, Manali, I'm going to be honest, if OCA balls well, it might just be enough. But they have to ball well. They have to field well. But they got to know they're bowling against Centurions, a team which is known for power hitting.
Which is exactly why I personally feel that they're about 20 runs short here.
They're
But
definitely short.
We'll have to see who comes out on top here. This is a Salman versus Manali contest now.
No, I'm not going to bet here. But I want a tight game. I want this game to go to wire. But knowing Centurions batting might be difficult for OCA. If they do that, that will be really nice to see.
Well, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, Centurions need 75 runs from their 20 overs to come come on top of this contest. We'll be back momentarily.
they're chasing nothing. Well, let's see if OCA bowlers can trouble them. Deep Patel.
Well, this is an interesting player out in the middle. It says the player is Mihir unidentified. No, undefined. Mihir undefined.
Well,
Peculiar last name, if you ask me.
well, if we know him, I know his name is Meher Patel. Very talented batsman.
He's
First,
been given. That's a wicket first up. And it is the undefined. Mihir Patel. He falls very early for a duck. 2 for 1. And this is the breakthrough that OCA so desperately needed.
that is a big wicket for OCA. Meher has a name, a reputation for power hitting. Getting him out early gives OCA some advantage, but they still have to fight hard to come back in this game. On the non-striker end, we have Deep Patel in very recent men's T20. He's one of those young kids who has impressed a lot of people. He has very good. He can play shots all over the ground, and he is very confident. He was playing against Sohail Tanveer, who has played for Pakistan, and he played him like as if it was nothing. It was just an ordinary bowler.
Ganeshwaran walks out to the middle. As Centurions still need 73 more from 58 deliveries. Having lost that first wicket early is going to give a boost of confidence to OCA.
Good start from OCA with the ball. Usman got his first wicket in the first over. Put Centurions in a little bit of pressure right now.
Someone, how often in a T20 have you gone out to bat and attacked the first ball that you face?
You know, Manali, it really depends on the confidence of level you are having in this season. It just doesn't depend on the one season. I remember doing that, but when you're struggling in a game before, it's very difficult to go there and hit the first ball, even if it's a bad ball. It really depends on the confidence of the batsman. But I do remember hitting a six on the first ball of the inning, first ball of the game.
That's pulled away off the hips, and it's going to be a couple bounces, 4 runs here. Had all the time in the world to play that shot, Ganeshwaran, and he's off the mark with a boundary.
The difference here is OCA, when they were batting, they were not able to make good use of those short balls and pulling it away towards fine leg or deep square leg. But Centurion batsmen were able to do that right away from the get-go. The first boundary in first over definitely helps them, but OCA really needs to work hard here. I really want to see a tight game. I really hope that OCA gets a couple of early wickets.
Oh, similar result. Similar ball, similar result. This time it flew even faster to the boundary. It's going to be 4 more here to end the over. Turned out to be a very expensive over in the end. 10 for 1 after 1. Ayaz comes into the attack with the ball. He's going to open from the end here.
In first over, that really doesn't help the cause of OCA. But as I said, Centurions have been dominating this game since the get-go.
And the two boundaries essentially just said, you know what, it's okay that we've lost a wicket, but we still have firepower.
Yep, intent. That's what it is. We're seeing that from Centurion batsmen.
Pulled. He's not even looking at that shot. He knows he's found the middle of the bat, and that's a maximum 6 runs. Now Deep Patel joins the party.
Deep Patel, as I said, I was impressed by this young kid. If I'm not wrong, he's only 17-year-old, and he's someone who is making his name everywhere he plays cricket. And if you ball a full toss to him, he's not gonna let it go. I think the ball is lost. Went outside the ground.
Just a bushy patch up on the hill there. And the ball landed right in there. So it might take a little while here to find the ball. That was pretty quick, actually. I think they just followed it all the way. This is the firepower that we didn't see from OCA. And this is why I had a feeling that they'd be about 20 runs short.
Well, the way Centurions are batting, maybe 40.
Well, the thing is, it's a matter of that scoreboard pressure as well, right? So if your target's about 20 higher, automatically they're coming out with a little bit more pressure when they come to bat. That makes you, it forces you into decisions that you wouldn't normally make when you're batting.
That's very true. But the shorter the format, how much pressure a batsman can have, because if it's like we're playing 10 overs here, it's a 5-over game, you just have to hit every ball. Doesn't matter how many wickets or what's the total, you just have to go and hit the ball.
Well, we're going to have some delay here. I think we are looking for another ball. I'm not really sure exactly what the stoppage in play is here.
I think they didn't
It is
find
another
the ball. They didn't find the ball because the ball, just saw a fielder signaling the ball went down the hill, which means they're not going to be able to go get it. And they need a new ball now.
I see the organizers just throwing a new ball out there, but it's been thrown back. So we're going to take a short break here while they figure out the ball situation. Ball situation sorted and back into it. Well, for a second, the batter had no idea where the ball went.
The way the batsman played this ball, it looked like the ball just nipped in a little bit and surprised him. It hit the inside of the bat onto his body and towards square leg.
58 more and 52 balls. Just not enough pressure here.
Wickets is the key for OCA. They need to get some quick wickets. Dot balls might also build the pressure, but they need a lot of dot balls.
Yeah, at this point in time, about a run a ball gets them home. So that required run rate really not an issue. In fact, they're batting at about 11 runs and over.
Well, both the captains said, the batting captain who won the toss and elected to bat OCA, they said they want to have 100 or 110 at the toss time. And OCA's and Centurion captain said they want to defend less than 100. So I guess 100 would have been a par score.
This is impressive running. More positive, quicker between the wickets. They pick up 2 more here.
Batting becomes easy with confidence. As you said, there's no pressure on the batsman. They're flying with confidence.
Oh, that's gone miles up in the air. The keeper's getting under it, and the keeper has misjudged it. It falls about 5 feet in front of him, and this is going to go down as a missed opportunity. He had all the time in the world to get to it.
That should have been taken. There's no excuse for not getting under the ball. It went up miles, and keeper had so much time to get under it. That is just poor judgment, poor keeping there.
And even with the wind, he had a lot of time to get under it.
I don't think he has any excuse to defend that, to drop this.
That's followed by a wide. And they're going to run here on the overthrows, or a misfield from the keeper. 2 wides.
And this whole game, I have seen both of the keepers struggling, which is surprising to me because it's an AstroTurf. The bounce is very true. You might get an extra bounce, but it's true.
Another wide. 11 runs off this over so far.
And that too when you're only defending 75 in 10 overs. With 10 wickets in hand. You can't afford extras here.
13 runs off this over. Sorry, my math's a bit off.
13 or not, but extra is crime right now.
This one's another one. It's miscued. It's off the edge. And it's going to go down as an unattempted catch. I think there was some confusion thinking that the other fielder's going to go for it here. He had no idea how close they were to each other or how far. No one called it.
It was high in the air. I don't know if the wind is the factor for not being able to judge the ball, but I don't see why not. Does it seem, I don't know, I'm surprised. It feels like OCA fielders have given up already.
20-for-1 at the end of 2.
Monali, I really want to see more efforts from OCA cricketers right now. They're a big academy, they're a big name. They need to play better cricket than this.
Chirag comes into the attack with the ball. And they're flying here, Centurions. A combination of good batting and drop catches has really allowed for that confidence to build in them.
Batting and bowling is one thing, but it really, really frustrates a coach when a coach sees misfielding and drop catches. That's very difficult for any coach or captain to handle.
And we spoke about this in the first game that OCA played this morning. Just the standard of fielding, the level of consistency in the fielding is poor. That's played well, square of the wicket. The fielder points giving chase. And excellent running this. They've picked up 3 easy runs.
That's very good running between the wicket and the ball was placed very nicely between the point and cover fielder. It was a good shot. Good cricket from the batsman. Chirag is a serious and experienced campaigner. You see, Manali, when we were seeing Centurion spinners ball, they were really darting the ball in, where Chirag is trying to flight the ball and use the flight for the batsman to head in the air somehow. I don't think they can afford it right now.
Pulled away. It was a short ball, but there is a fielder placed for that. Cow Corner is going to do the cleanup and keep it to a single. You bring up an interesting point about bowling flat versus giving it a little bit of flight for the spinners. gap, in the covers, and this is going to be more runs. The ball just a little too short. I'm
T10
actually not a big fan of darting in every ball. I feel like the spinners can get reward for their flight and the dip.
I agree with you, but it's a T10 game, and if you are not doing that with a plan, so right now I think if I was the captain of OCA, my plan would be flight the ball because you're bowling with the wind and batsman has to hit against the wind. But if you're flighting, then you gotta pitch it up. You can't pitch it short of the wicket, short of the length.
Yeah, the length is wrong.
There you
Too
go.
full on this occasion, and it has been swept away. It's going to be 4 more here. He's just not found the right length.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. See, at this point, when you're defending a low target, it's not about getting wickets, but making sure that somehow, find a way to contain the batsman from scoring those runs.
Well, this partnership now 33 runs off just 15 deliveries.
They're gonna
Deep
chase.
Patel 13 off 6. Ganeshwaran 18 off 10.
I was hoping for a super over, but I think they're gonna chase in 6 overs.
Played off the pads, and it's going to be a single to end this over. 36 for 1 at the end of 3. 40 required off 40, or 39 required off 42 deliveries. Now less than a run a ball gets them home.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. If the batsman kept hitting the ball like this, they will chase this down in 6 overs. I guess we're not gonna see that super over I wanted.
Never say never. You just don't know yet. There's still 39 more runs to chase down here. But what they've done so well here, Centurions, is they've picked up at least one boundary in almost every over. And what it does is it puts the opposition under pressure. It doesn't allow for the pressure to build on themselves.
Well, there's an obvious difference between those two teams. It seems like Centurions have balled with the plan, they're batting with the plan, and OCA, which is full of talent too, but they are playing cricket without any obvious plan or visible plan to spectators. Now spinner coming in against the wind, and batsman can hit with the wind. Let's see what happens in this over. If I were to predict, which I shouldn't, this is going to be an eventful over.
They've into the attack. And they'll pick up a single here. Struck down the ground. Some left arm orthodox coming into the attack.
That was a quick delivery, so he's trying to dot the ball. Let's see how many quick balls he bowls.
Down the ground again. This time he goes to long on. Again, less than a run a ball gets them home. So it has to be wickets. Pulled. And now they're not pushing those doubles. They're okay with the singles.
They have no pressure on them whatsoever. But Monali, 10 overs and 10 wickets. It's never going to be easy to win through the wickets this game. Not impossible, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, they're going to need something special here from one of their bowlers. Someone's going to have to put their hand up here and do something very special out in the middle. That was a quicker one. Good change-up of pace. It's gone a long way, and it's going to be a maximum here. I'm just going to wait for the signal. 6 runs. Confirmation from the umpire. And again, there's that boundary or 6 that we spoke about. One in every over. And they're making quick work of this. They've already reached 45 in 4 overs. Just the 1 wicket down. They need 30 from 36.
That is very good batting. And as I said, bowler flighted the ball and batsmen were able to use the wind to his advantage, which is why I was predicting this to be a eventful over. 45 for one in four.
Fascist given the ball here, and it's going to be 2 quick runs here. They're so quick in between the wickets, lightning fast.
There is absolutely no pressure on the batsmen whatsoever, and it shows from their body language. They're very comfortable batting out there.
That's a thick edge, outside edge. And you can see the frustration from the batter there. It's a good catch in the deep. It's going to be the second wicket here. 46 for 2.
Well, Nod has been going towards OCA's advantage, but this should help. Jade Padmore is walking in. Well, it'll be fun to see a couple of quick wickets and see if the game gets a little interesting. It's very difficult to happen because there's no pressure whatsoever on the batsman.
The shot's definitely been exciting to watch. Were you one of those who would get out and then come out and show your anger? Slam things, throw things?
I am. I'm
Really?
definitely am. Yeah.
How many helmets broken?
Not helmets. I like to throw my gloves because they don't break.
It's
Cheaper that way.
Jade Padmore out in the middle as they need 29 more from 34 deliveries. You've seen the video of the Aussie change room as the batters walk in, slamming
Oh, yes.
everything they can.
We had an S9 game. I wouldn't name the batsman. The batsman was really angry because I think he believed that he got the wrong call, and he came and kicked the dustbin. And umpire gave us a warning that you can be penalized because the players are part of the game, and even in the change room, I didn't know that. Even in the change room, they're part of the game. And he gave me the example of an Aussie batsman that he did that and he was fined his match fee. So that for the young people to learn that if you're in the game, even outside the field, you're part of the game.
Well, driven into the offside. There's some fancy soccer going on out there, and it's just allowed for an additional run. They pick up 2 here. I thought we were at a cricket game.
Looks very easy for Centurions, or they're making it look very easy.
Always a bit of a pet peeve when you can't bend down and pick up the ball with your hands.
Nothing is going in their favor, OCA, and they're not helping themselves.
That's a full toss. Low full toss. Pushed out into the covers again. And 2 more.
See
I've been
this throw.
very...
See this throw right now. That that went a little away from the keeper, and that shows the confidence level of the team. If a team had a little more confidence in themselves, most of these throws would go directly into the keeper hand. So confidence plays a big role in cricket.
When there's so many gaps in the field, so that's another thing that I'm a bit perplexed about. Less than a run gets them over the line here. And there are so many singles and doubles on offer.
I would want to talk to the coach and the captain and really understand what is their strategy. If I could, I would like to, because, as I said, OCA seems to be playing cricket planless. They don't seem to have a plan. They don't seem to have a strategy to make a comeback in this game.
And there again, pushed down the ground. The fielder is on the boundary. they just pick up the single on that occasion. It's going to be the end of the fifth over, 52 for 2.
Now we're watching a men's cricket game. Who is your all-time favorite cricket captain?
I guess this person captained for a short while, Rahul Dravid.
Really? When you're talking about Team India, who has captains like Kapil Dev and MS Dhoni and Rohit Sharma, you're talking about Rahul Dravid.
But Rahul Dravid, I feel like, is one of my favorite players for many reasons.
No, I know Rahul Dravid is an amazing batsman, but I'm talking about cricket captain strategy on the field, making sure the team remains calm and focused.
Meg Lanning.
Fair enough.
I know you're talking about men's cricket, but I'm going to say Meg Lanning.
Well, you have every right to choose her.
It's not men's cricket, but
Fair enough. Well, I'm a big Imran Khan fan, but I have three captains. They're different sort of captains, but I really like them.
Ricky Ponting.
I was just going to just add on this. So I have three captains I really look up to, and I watch the way they lead the team. One of them is Saurav Ganguly from India. Ricky Ponting is up there. As I said, I'm a big fan of Imran Khan. And then, of course, the second one is also Indian, which is Mahendra Singh Dhoni. What a man he has been. I really loved his leadership skills. Monali shaking your hand, disagreeing with me. Ricky Ponting is out there, of course. The man has won World Cups as captain for his team.
Plenty of them. Both he and Meg Lanning, actually.
That's true.
I think this was at the West Indian awards ceremony last year. I think you were emceeing it, and you had asked which captain had won the most World Cups, and you completely missed Meg Lanning because I think she's won the most World Cups as a captain.
I did, and I apologize for that. That's because we were specifically talking about men cricket.
But you didn't specify, Salman.
I apologize to everyone attending that event. Monali is absolutely right here. Hey, but Imran Khan has only won World Cup. He's still my favorite.
Yeah, good cricketer, Imran Khan. 19 runs now needed off 27 deliveries. Cakewalk this.
That has become very easy for Centurions now.
Good effort. Very good effort. The youngster at backward point.
Deep is not even trying to hit the ball hard. He's just enjoying himself like he's at a practice game. If I'm talking about the captain's moments, so one of the moment I would never forget is when Saurav Ganguly took off his shirt and spun at Oval in London. I don't know why, but that just swag for me as a cricketer.
It's a very common scene in soccer at the end of a game.
Not in cricket, it's gentleman's game. Well, not gentlemen's.
You're digging yourself into a hole here. You're really digging yourself into a hole. With that, one delivery to come in this over.
Yeah, I was hoping they would chase it down in 6 overs. Well, that hasn't happened. So a little bit of more firepower in OC is bowling right now. At the end of this over, 60 for 2. Only 15 more runs to go in 4 overs.
24 balls. Equation favoring Centurions. Can they be a twist in this tail, though? Does OCA have it in them to try and pick up some quick wickets, put the pressure back on Centurions?
In test games, we talk about winning the sessions. In T10 game, we can talk about winning an over. I think OCA hasn't won a single over yet.
No, the runs have just flown in way too easily, and then the boundaries as well. It's the boundaries that we didn't see from OCA. They really struggled finding the rope.
You see the difference? The Centurion batsmen were able to take the aerial route every now and then. OCA wasn't able to do that. And in a T10 game, that's very important.
This is high in the air. It's going to be a couple of bounces to the fielder. Sweep a cover. Does the cleanup there. Keeps it to a single.
More runs to go.
Again, the good running continues.
That might be leg by. Is it leg by?
Umpire does not think so.
Must be an inside edge. Can someone hit a boundary against the wind over long on and long on from this end? Would be very difficult, but I would love to see one. A full-blown muscle shot.
Well, he decides to go past the fielder at mid-wicket, and he has overrun that. It's going to be 4 runs. He's overrun a ball that was bouncing to him.
How many times we see fielder missing a ball on the boundary when it spins just a little bit and you overrun it? It's not very common, but it does happen every now and then. We have seen that in international cricket as well. I want to blame the fielder, but I'll let it pass. I'll give that advantage to fielder this time. I've done that too.
We're just 9 required now. We're in single digits. Goes over the offside this time. It's going to be a chase here for the fielder. Just pulling it back in time as well. 2 more. Make that 3 more. Overthrows.
That is poor from the fielder and the keeper. Keeper is looking at the fielder, but I think it's keeper jobs to make sure he gets to the throw.
I think they could finish this off in this over. 2 deliveries to come. 6 runs needed.
Well, at one point, I was anticipating Centurions to finish this game in 6 overs. Well, OCA has done better than what I expected. Good for them. Something good for them. Something good for the team.
Down the ground. And they'll sell it for a single here. It's going to be 70 for 2 at the end of 7. 5 runs required off 18 deliveries. It is literally a walk in the park here.
Wouldn't it be incredible if OCA wins this game by getting the 8 wickets?
Salman, I really think the sun's getting to you now.
Gary is here with us. Hey.
Welcome, Gary.
Yeah, I think it's a great learning experience for OCA's youngsters today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, playing against a team that's won S9 3 years in a row and another team that's won KT20 2 years in a row. So I hope they take home stuff that that they can improve on from seeing these two seasoned teams play today. And it's not just a drubbing, it's a learning experience.
Start with a dot ball here. And Centurions are well on top of this game, but their team's getting impatient here, asking them to finish it off even quicker than this.
Yeah, they want to go home. So they've come a long way from Scarborough to play a T10 game.
Well, they've definitely had a good time out in the middle. Into the leg side. And that's going to be 4 runs. Holding the pose there as well. One delivery or 1 run to get scores are leveled here.
Well, technically, I was right. And mathematically, OCA could have gotten 8 wickets at that point. I know it's not possible, but it's not rational, but it's still possible.
I was very confused as to what part you were right about.
Everything I said went the other way, so
Oh, looking for the big one to finish it, and it's a maximum. It has gone a long distance here. They finish it off with 6 runs. Centurions winning this contest in top style.
that was a beautiful shot. Huge 6. Huge.
No surprise there, Ganesh Waran, the player of the match, scoring 25 of 15, bowled incredibly well as well.
That's the end of the game.
That's going to be the end of this contest. OCA now 2 down in the men's exhibition portion of this tournament. We're going to take a break here before we come back with some more action. They've won every toss so far. And it looks like it's going to be Achini Pereira and Divya Saxena opening the bat. Achini comes up the order for the first time in this tournament. And that's helped along the way. She's pulled that just past the fielder at fine leg, and it's going to be some runs here. It's going to start the account with a boundary. And we'd spoken about this countless times yesterday, that this is a very strong team. They do have batting that runs from the top all the way down to number 11. And that non-striker, Divya Saxena, half century in the first game, 70 odd in the second game. So she is coming off a hot streak here. Lorraine's opening the bowling, I should say, for the Trinidad Warriors, as that's going to be another single. It brings on Divya Saxena to the strike.
Started off with the boundary. Mississauga Premier.
They did, in true fashion. Drop and run. Good cricket, this.
Good running between the wickets as well. Good calling. See fumbles and they made the second round out of nowhere. Fielder fumbled. Take the advantage, Divya.
Well, that is Lorraine, who has played for Canada, my teammate. She's Jamaican, and I suppose she's been brought in to strengthen this Trinidadian Warriors side. Left arm pace, she swings it well as well. I thought it was her when I saw the dreads, and then I saw the bowling action. I'm like, oh, there's no way she's come out of retirement here.
Another fumble, and the batsmen are making use of it. Yes, she has a beautiful action, and from here I can't tell, but she must be swinging the ball. This is one of the better overs from Trinidad.
1 over gone, 10 for no loss. We call her Reds because she's a firepower on the field. I haven't seen her in cricket action in a few years. She retired after our global qualifiers in Ireland. But she's actually here. You gotta run and say hi to her.
Well, you have to. She's your teammate. She was your teammate. But, Monali, having someone like her on the field really gives a big advantage to rest of the Trinidadian player, and it should really boost their confidence for having a senior player like her on the field.
When she was actively playing for Canada, she was fit. And when I say fit, I mean fit.
Talking about agility here and fast on her feet.
Oh, she's Jamaican. So, she's got the genetics on her side as well.
Talking about Jamaican cricketers and Jamaican athletes. Usain Bolt. He's also a cricketer, by the way.
We clearly picked the right sport.
Monali, I really wanted to see Usain Bolt ball because I wanted to see the run-up, the smooth run-up a man has who can sprint the fastest record.
But you know what? They're two very different mechanics.
I understand, but the run-up, rhythm of the running through to throw the ball, to deliver the ball.
Shrek comes into the attack, and this is going to be a wide to start.
I'm pretty sure this tournament will help this young girl to learn a lot from this tournament. 14-year-old.
14-year-old bowling to Divya Saxena. I'm sure she's feeling some pressure here. That's changed into a full toss, and Lorraine doesn't miss those.
You can suddenly see that energy on the field.
And you can see her frustration there as well on the misfield. I mean, you don't misfield off of her.
Yeah, she's expecting the level of cricket to be par with her skills, but she's going to have some difficulty here, Manali, and some frustration.
Well, she just needs to pick up the wickets. Into the offside. Good running this. They pick up two. Both of these two batters very quick in between the wickets. And
What has Mississauga Premier done wrong so far? Well, they've dominated every single game they played. They still have to find flaws in them. It's very difficult to find any in them.
And this is what difference it makes when you've got a team that's stacked from top to bottom. Cutaway in front of cover this.
That's a 4 run. It's boundary.
Right. 11 off 6, Divya Saxena. Her strike rate is always immaculate.
Well, it will be a good contest when Lorraine is bowling to Divya. I really like to see that. A young and upcoming talent versus someone who has loads of experience.
And they have not played against each other.
This will be a fun contest. Battle within the battle.
Trying to go for the big swing, and the umpire signals a wide there. Just testing that patience of Divya Saxena. She really wants to feel the ball on the bat.
And she has the power for it too to clear the infield and probably the boundary as well. She has done that throughout this tournament many times.
Straight down the ground. I'm going to wait for confirmation. It looked like it had landed after the billboard there.
And it is signaled 4, which from here it did look like a 6.
Yeah, we're pretty close to that signage there as well.
I wanted to call it a home run, but apparently it's 4.
Turning out to be an expensive over here.
Well, a 14-year-old bowling to Divya. Sure. Just worried about extras here.
Cutaway. There's a fielder there. Oh, this might be tight. This might be tight. She's made it home. Needed a better throw, and I think Divya Saxena would have been in a lot of trouble there.
If the throw would have been better, that would have been a risky call, but she made it safely.
28 coming off of this over. 2 overs in, we're at 28 runs here. Projected score 142, and we're just getting started.
Well, we did talk to both captains of the men team. They were both targeting 100 or 110. But with Mississauga Premiers, 100 is below par.
It has been, hasn't it? From game 1 for them.
127, then 150.
But I think had Centurions batted first today, we would have seen a big one on the board.
Yeah, the way they batted for sure. And to talk about that, in the middle over when they were close, they stopped. They didn't really run that hard. They were taking it very easy, like towards leg side.
Lorraine back into the attack. And they've picked up a single. Now this is going to be an interesting contest here because Divya Saxena is back on strike.
Divya versus Lorraine. This is a contest to watch. Manali, do you think Divya knows that Lorraine has played for Canada for so long?
Yeah, I do believe she does.
That would be interesting to see.
Oh, not the ball you want to bowl. That's a full toss and an easy boundary. 4 runs here.
Manali, when Lorraine played the regular cricket, the format she played were very different than today's cricketer. Today's cricketers like to hit boundaries. Divya likes to hit boundaries. Let's see if Lorraine adjusts to that and gives her some trouble. I would like her to get this wicket. It would be really interesting to see.
Well, a fit Lorraine versus Divya would have been a very exciting contest to watch.
She's still bowling very well. Oh,
I'm not really sure what happened there, but the fielder seemed almost surprised that the ball was coming to her.
she tried to stop the balls with her toes, not even her foot. She tried to stop the ball with her toes, front of her foot. She still has a very smooth action, very smooth run up, and high release point. You can tell that she has played good amount of cricket.
Good cricket, this. It was a decent ball. Divya Saxena respecting that, but still dropping and running. And you could just see Achni Pereira. She was at the non-strikers, and she was ready to go, anticipating that a run is going to be taken on every ball, backing up.
It's very good cricket.
Pushed into the offside.
Also gives you the confidence when you know that fielding side has been a little sloppy, and you can drop and run most of the time. It gives you the confidence to just drop the ball and make a call to run. I've seen that from Mississauga Premier. They're very good between the wickets, and when fielding is sloppy, it just gives batsmen more confidence to do that more often than not.
Worked into the leg side this time. Just rolling the wrists over. And it's going to be a single to finish the over at 36 for no loss at the end of 3.
Well, Lorraine has bowled her 2 overs. Now we need to see some good bowling from rest of Trinidad team to make sure that they can contain somehow Mississauga Premiers under the 100 runs.
Well, she's giving them 2 fairly decent overs. You can see the extras weren't a concern. The
Yep.
line, the length, the pace was good.
They still have to bowl 8 more.
They still have to bowl the rest of the overs, exactly.
Well, I mean, a team traveled from Trinidad. It's a 4 to 5 hours flight, if I'm not wrong. I really want them to do well. I really want them to get a victory. But this game will be a difficult for them to win, as per performance so far. But it's cricket; you never know. And Lorraine having to be part of that team, it might just boost the confidence of their batting and their fielding and rest of their bowling unit.
Good use of the feet, this, and that's a very good shot. Straight down the ground. Long on, and long off had absolutely no chance of that.
That was straight like an arrow. I think it's signaled 4 runs. It is 4.
Well, putting the pressure back on the bowler from ball 1.
If you look at the batsman, the way she was ready to use her feet, as soon as she saw the flight, she was onto the bounce right away and used and made the ball right under her and played the ball right under her eyes, straight in her, as an arrow. Beautiful cricket shot. That is. Now we're seeing both of the fielders long on and long off outside the circle, and the fine leg is being called in. But apparently, fine leg is not ready to come in the field. Sorry, that's deep square leg. Well, they have 4 fielders outside. They have to call inside the circle at least 2 of them, because it's the fourth over. It's not a power play, so they can remain outside if they want to. And they have ball to Mississauga Premier yesterday. They have seen these batsmen like to hit the ball. They need to have 5 fielder outside.
Oh, that is short. That is, in fact, off the mat. And it's going to allow for some extra runs here. They've run 2 off a no ball. Might be looking for a third. Divya's interested. And
I
it's going to be a free hit.
I am going to criticize the keeper here. It doesn't matter what kind of cricket or bowler is bowling. Keeper job is to make sure that there are no byes. It didn't look like a ball which she couldn't have stopped, but there was no effort whatsoever from the wicket keeper.
I think that's going to be wide, which means the next one is also going to be a free hit. The only way to get out on a free hit is to get run out. That's smashed through the offside, and it's going to be 4 runs here. And you can see just how much time she has, because she plays that flat batted. She slapped it through extra cover.
You you talk about her offside game. Well, when she has time, she is playing that shot to extra cover. But you see the difference between someone who likes to play the cover drives versus someone who's strong on the leg side. They play those shots with the vertical bat versus a horizontal bat. She played a very good shot indeed, but it was still with the horizontal bat, which shows that she's using her bottom hand to play those shots, and she's strong on the leg side.
Yeah, definitely leg side dominant. With 2 deliveries coming in this over, and they should pick up a couple here. The good runners between the wickets. It's not a very good throwback. And with that, the 50 comes up. 51-run partnership of 23 deliveries.
50,
And the Mississauga Premiers continuing what they've done so well.
they got to 50 only in fourth over.
Ashni Pereira has been more of a spectator in this innings so far, mostly at the non-strikers, but she picks up 2 more here. Going over the infield, and there should be 2 more here. Actually, it's going to pick up a boundary. She's picked the gap beautifully. Thought the fielder might have had some chance there. 57 for no loss at the end of 4.
Trinidad needs to do something. I can see Lorraine is just jumping in and asking her to place her where the batsman's attacking to extra cover. Lorraine wants to go there to make sure that she can protect that boundary.
I tell you what, Lorraine has never been a gracious loser. A competitor by nature. She always wants an exciting contest. She wants to come come out on top of that contest?
Well, Manali, a lot of the successful athletes, be it cricket or any other sport, they become people who have been really successful in their sport. They all have been very competitive, and they do not like to lose. That's part of their success story. That's what helps them to succeed most of the time because they do not like to lose, and it motivates them to try everything they have got to make sure they're on the winning side. Just change the bowling attack.
Mariella trusted with the ball, looking for a breakthrough here. Whoa, that has just been flat batted straight down the ground.
Bowlers were looking at each other who were supposed to run after the ball. Mariella lost her cap on her run up. Uh, I was really looking into her bowling action. She jumps and really swings her back in the air while her body is aerial. That's a difficult action to have for anyone.
Well, take a look at this. There's some indecision as to whether that was a boundary or not. First signaled four, and then reversed. So I'm not really sure if it was given a boundary or not here. And at one point, both batters were in the middle having a chat, thinking that I'd gone all the way.
Well, if it's not gone outside, Trinidad had a chance to get them run out. We have seen that happen with one of the English cricketer, which became a big controversy against Australia. Guess who was it? I remember his name now. Was Johnny Bristow.
6 runs in this over with just 2 deliveries bowled. Projected score 145. They're going at 14 and a half runs and over here.
So Manali, what happened was the ball went to the wicketkeeper, and Johnny Bristow decided to go and tap the wicket in the middle of the wicket, and wicketkeeper stopped him. That became a controversy in Ashes, and Aussies were booed throughout the game in that game. It was a difficult game for Aussies.
But in that occasion, the ball was not dead.
By the law of cricket, it was not that. There's a catch, dropped.
Well, the position of the hands could have have been better there.
There is strong wind. It's not easy to judge the ball. But see, going back to that subject, it is part of the game. But then the question which English authors and journalists raised for the Aussies around the sportsman spirit.
Down the ground, this is a better looking stroke from Achini Pereira. She picks up 4 runs here. Times it better than the ball before where she was nearly caught.
That was one of the major controversy in Ashes. And after that, it seemed like English team had taken it to heart and they played their cricket more aggressively. And I'm pretty sure the booing from the spectators made it more difficult for Aussies.
I think the Aussies are just a little bit too tough for that.
They are, but I don't know if you have watched the Prime series, the Test. They talked about it, and it did impact the psychology of many of the cricketers playing for Australia. They actually accepted it in that series. It was difficult for them.
Well, couple of steps down the ground, and this time she goes through point. She spliced this. Didn't really come off the full face of the bat, and oh dear, the wicketkeeper's just allowed for a 3rd run here.
I'm going back to that. So I was watching that series, and there was a slogan from the audience: "Same old Aussies, always cheating," and it was continuously repeated from the spectators. It was all over the newspapers. It was all over English media. I'm sure it doesn't matter how good of a cricketer you are, but in a situation like this, it does impact your mental health, doesn't it?
It's always tough being an athlete at that level. You really have to be able to control your mental health and put some of this stuff behind you. It can be very difficult when you get a whole stadium of people shouting this stuff. That's going to be a no ball for height. Divya Saxena trying to pull it, but just too high to be able to time it. They still pick up the single here. And you can see they're always looking for that misfield with the backup.
Yeah. Well, that's their second game against Trinidad, if I'm not wrong. And they know that Trinidad has been very sloppy on the field, and they're making use of it. They're looking for every single opportunity they can make use of and put Trinidad on the back foot again.
Pulled away. This is going to be a big one.
Beautiful shot.
6 runs here, maximum from Achini Pereira. You never underestimate her for being little and itty bitty because she makes it up for the power that she has. 80 comes up after 5.
That is a brilliant shot. She just walked back on the back foot and pulled it towards deep mid wicket over the ropes. Big six.
The highest total in this tournament so far, 154. Projected at the moment, 160.
Wow.
Do you think they could beat their own total here?
Well, it looks like they've been trying to beat their own score every game. Mississauga Premier, that is. Talking about sportsmanship, what do you think about man-kid rule, Monali? Do you think there used to be a time when there was a warning issued to a non-striker or batsman, but
The day the bowler gets a warning for overstepping, you can give a warning for man-catting.
that's a fair point.
If you don't allow the bowler with even a centimeter of room, why should the batter have an unfair advantage? And as it is, it's very batter-friendly, the sport of
Yep,
cricket.
yep. I cannot disagree, but I have been one of those guys who have been like. I remember a game I was captaining, and one of my bowler, man-kid, a batsman, and I called the batsman back. After that, I had a hell of session with my coach as a captain. So
I think it's well within the rules, and I know people try to throw the spirit of cricket in there, but it's more than spirit of cricket. You know, at the end of the day, it really comes down to staying in your crease. It's not that difficult to do when you're backing up.
fair point. And there's another point. If it's a spirit of cricket, then it's everything within the law is spirit of the cricket.
Exactly. That's why the laws are there.
What about bowling a lot of bounces in Test cricket to tailenders?
Well, let's, again, this is how the batters have the advantage. Let's face it. How many bounces are you allowed to bowl in a T20?
One.
Now, have you ever said to a batter, you can only play through the covers once in this over?
Fair enough. So are you saying that we should be able to bowl 6 bouncers? In
Why
T20?
not? If the
That's
batter can
interesting.
hit any shot more than once, why is the bowler restricted in
What
their
about,
6 balls?
what about the security and safety risks
Then
involved
why
with the
allow
bouncers?
any of them if we're talking safety and security? Down the ground, and I think this is going to be a boundary here.
That is a brilliant shot from Divya. She stayed low, she got under the ball, and she went over the covers. This shot actually should boost her confidence. When we talk about the cover games, this was a beautiful shot. It was Divya.
And you can see that wide stance helping that. You know, she's lower to begin with. She's able to stay lower a bit longer to get under the ball.
She's very well balanced on both of her feet. Her center of gravity is right in the center. And if you see her elbow, when she's ready to take the strike, it's it's really facing the bowler to make sure she's ready to swing the bat at it too. Very good technique. Very good technique. For all the young girls, if you want to see a good batsman and a very technically correct stance, you can look at Divya.
This is a tracer bullet, straight down the ground, past the bowler. The fielder does well there. It was traveling at some speed.
Monali, in Test cricket, we're talking about Test cricket. In Test cricket, I've seen fast bowlers bowling quick bouncer to the tailenders, to fast bowlers of the other side, not to get the wicket, to make sure they get injured,
Listen,
so they don't bowl to
it's
them.
not their concern that the tailenders can't bat. Their concern is to get the wicket.
I used to be a fast bowler. I used to love this side of the conversation, but now I'm a batsman.
6 overs gone, 90 runs on the board. Now, I feel like we're already in favor of the batting side of cricket quite a lot. I think we need to be a bit more even. I mean, the CPL has now started, and did you see the number of runs scored the other day?
It's crazy, even in IPL.
So, but at that point, you really have to start questioning if we're going to prepare our wickets to be so batting friendly, and we're going to make sure that we limit the bowlers as much as we can to see such high scoring content. At that point, I say take out the bowler and put a bowling machine.
So this conversation actually went on social media as well, where a very senior, very well-known cricket coach actually talked about it. It's like, if it's just a hitting contest, then why not have the bowling machine? You're absolutely right there. I completely agree. And from 10 years ago, the size of the bats have changed. The weight of the bats have become really lighter. I've seen bats which seems like badminton rackets.
Well, and that's just it. We've been able to manipulate the bat, and yet with the ball, we can't do anything. You're only allowed to shine it.
What
No
would you
spit.
What would you like to do? Make ball heavier from one side for part of the game?
Well, you know what, Gary Growall, we had this conversation at the Nationals, and he said, well, why don't we just allow some ball tampering at this point? We've been able to modify the bats as much as we had. Let's allow some of this.
Hey, forget about tampering. I know, I know it's a little uncomfortable conversation.
Good shot, this. Extra cover, giving a chase.
But before COVID, bowlers were using the spit to make ball better. But now they're not even allowed to. They can only use their slide. So the only thing which was working for them, well, that not the only thing, but it was a big use of it for reverse swing and whatnot.
I just feel like as soon as you take out the bat and ball contest, it really becomes lopsided for me. Using her feet, she does well. She gets this in between mid-wicket.
What about bowling 2 new balls from both ends? That gives some sort of advantage to the bowler.
I think we really need to look at the way we prepare our wickets here. It cannot be so batting friendly all the time. This is why at the World Cup I really enjoy the contests that happened at New York.
Hey, I play cricket in Canada, and believe me, We have only spinner-friendly wicket, not batting or bowling-friendly wicket.
That's 4 runs here. And I think I'm surprised it's not been called a no ball here and a free hit. It was a full toss. It looked like it was over the waist. Well, you know what? You bring up a really good point. Our wickets here are very spinner friendly, but so is India. And if you look at the countries that did well in New York, it was the associates.
Yep, that's very true. But Manali, I cannot compare the Canadian wickets to an Indian wicket because you see batsmen making 300 runs in Ranji.
I think that's going to be a 6. She's pulled it away, and she's pulled it away with some authority. 6 runs this. Continuing the damage here, Divya Saxena. She's moved on to 57 of 26. And this partnership, 103 of 42 deliveries. Doesn't get much better than this. 103.
Divya needs to be seated from this level of cricket. Well, she hasn't gotten the chance to play national, which I'm really frustrated about, and that really needs to be taken up again. Why can't a player like her? How is a player like her not playing nationals? This is something really is going wrong there. This girl can bat, and I think she should be playing S9 level cricket with men at this point.
Going deep in her crease. There is a fielder at long on. And 2 runs picked up here. I think the urgency could be a little bit better from the fielders. Try and help their bowlers out a bit.
And I think Archana was a little sloppy running back and rolling her bat. Those small things do matter at the end of the day. They become habit.
Down the track, using her feet again. This is going to be another boundary. 4 runs to add on to this already very expensive over. 7 overs gone, 109 on the board. She's moved on to 63 off 28. Achini Pereira, 37 off 16.
I want Divya to keep strike, so maybe we can see 100 here.
Well, you know what? I think Achini Pereira could bring up a 50, and Divya could still get to 100. There's still 3 more overs to come.
Well, the way they're hitting the ball, it's definitely possible.
15 and a half runs and over. The current run rate, projected score 156. I think the aim would be to try and beat their previous record of 154. Again, just want to remind everyone, this is the World T10. It's a T10 competition.
Still, the way she has batted in this tournament, it's absolutely amazing. She has the muscle for it. She knows her placement. She's been running hard between the wicket. She's timing the ball well. What has she done wrong so far? Please point out. I don't think anyone can.
Well, I hope the national selectors are looking at this, because let's face it, the nationals alone cannot be a dictator of selections. Achini Pereira joining the action here. And she'll pick up 2 quick runs here. Good running this.
And good fielding too. I'm impressed by the dive. This was a good stop. She just saved her team 2 runs.
Yeah, selection criteria cannot be just based off of the nationals. It's just not an accurate representation of cricket.
I mean, Manali, she was in Canada. She was available to play. How can she? I'm not
She was
saying
at the
that.
tournament.
Wow. I'm not saying that nationals should be the only criteria. But how can you allow someone like Divya not to play? I mean, a player like her does not just show her class, but she gives the positive competition to playing people against her
Absolutely.
to improve.
It elevates the competition as a whole.
If she's not in the national team, Cricket Canada is doing something wrong here. They're missing out on major talent.
I think she had a thick edge on that, onto her pads as she looked to sweep that. Not in the best of positions to sweep that.
What about the bats? Did you like to use a heavy bat or a very light bat?
Very light. Actually, I used a 2.7. I wish it was a 2.6.
Well, back in the days, finding a 2.7 bat can be easy, right?
Down the track. Oh, this is a glorious looking shot. The fielder again does well to limit it to a single. right of the fielder there and should have picked up another boundary. What about you? How heavy is your bat?
Well, I've used 211 in a longer format of the game, but generally my bat is 2.8, and I'm trying to reduce the weight to 2.7 now. And I'll tell you why. There's a reason behind it. In the longer format of the game, I am someone who's that's another boundary there. I'm someone who like to play. I'm very dominant on the leg side, so I want to use a heavy bat in the longer format of the game, so I don't keep going across the line.
But you know, these days, the technology has allowed for bats to change so much. So that misconception of a heavy bat giving you more power and distance has changed. They're now
Munari,
making them lighter.
Munari, that's what I'm talking about. Back in the days, coaches wanted you to play straight, only on the ground, no aerial shots. So heavy bat helped me to impress my coach. But naturally, I always prefer a lighter bat so I can go cross the line to the aerial route.
4 more here, I think. Achini Pereira placing that beautifully. She's moved on to 48.
She has a very good offside shot, Archini.
100
She's
121 for no loss after 8. And yeah, you know what? It's an excellent observation. She is very technically correct. Played a lot of her cricket with the Oakville Cricket Academy. Rupert Stevenson coached her for quite some time. And her father, who's played first-class cricket in Sri Lanka. Both
Well-
of her brothers played cricket as well.
well, you can tell she's from a cricketing family. She has very good back left. She's getting under the ball and she's timing the ball so well.
She's on strike. She's 2 away from bringing up her half-century.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it seems a little bit unfair. These batsmen are playing against Trinidad. This Trinidad team, there's no competition for them. They haven't really disturbed them at all so far. They've run between the wicket very well. Their throws have been not quick enough for these batsmen to catch off guard. And they haven't bowled the deliveries yet, which can disturb these batsmen.
Ishana coming into the attack, and they'll pick up a single here. Achini Pereira moving on to 65.
Had Trinidad batted first, and the way they've been scoring 30s and or 25 in their previous games, huge shot. Uh, that could have been that could have been taken, I believe, but it went over the fielder's head to deep square leg. Just waiting for the signal if it's a boundary or 6 runs.
Well, Achini Pereira with that brings up her half-century, 52 off 21 for her. She has played a very good knock here.
What a strike rate is amazing for both of these girls, Archani and Divya.
Pulled away. There is no fielder there. Save your legs. It's going to be
That's-
6 runs this time. Achini Pereira joining the party with Divya Saxena.
I wonder what they're talking about in between. When they're hitting every ball for a boundary, what must have Divya told Archani right now?
I think we're going to have a similar result off of this. This one, even bigger. 6 more here. You cannot be pitching it short like that.
Wow. What? That's
Achini now
brilliant.
64 off 23. Divya 65 off 31. Well, well, well.
Ashwini is fast, but batting faster than her. Can any of them get to 100? Very difficult, but I would love to see a century here. You know why I wanted Divya to score a century? Because that makes a statement, and that can go on social. We can tag people running the nationals, and we can ask this question: what this specific performance? Why was she not given a chance to play nationals? That cannot be ignored.
This time over the offside. She's picked another gap here. And it's going to be another boundary. 4 runs this time. This is going to be a very expensive over. And there's still one more delivery to come after this. And with that, Achini Pereira overtakes Divya Saxena. You know what?
Seems like a race between them.
You talk about a century, but honestly, the T10, 70 odd yesterday, 60 odd today. That's still excellent stuff.
I mean, it's not just her performances here. It's the way she bats, the way her body language is, the way she feels.
Well, check out that shot. I think there's going to be 6 more to end the over. She's completely taken the bowler apart here. 148 for no loss in 9. 1 over to come, and something tells me that total of 154 yesterday is about to be beaten.
Wow. This is an amazing knock. But see, it's not about her performances here. You can just look at a cricketer. If you have a little bit knowledge of cricket, you can look at a cricketer. You can see the level of confidence. You can talk about the body language. You can talk about the placement of the ball. You can talk about running between the wickets. You can talk about fielding. She's got everything. How can she be ignored? This is my question. I cannot stop asking this question.
Well, she's now back on the mark, Divya Saxena. And we'll have to see what the contest is going to be here. It's batter versus batter, really, to see who can end up at the winning end of most runs. That's going to be a wide. I think it might go all the way. Good running this. They've run 3 off of that wide. $152 runs for
6 more balls to go yet. Well, it's very likely they're going to break their own record of this tournament.
well, their partnership is 152 off 56.
Wow.
I
That's
think
another
gonna be
wide.
another wide again. It doesn't actually run to the boundary this time. I think it does. That's going to be 4 wides. No, maybe not. And they'll pick up 3 more here.
We'll tell you what. If I was at the place of Divya, I would have been a little selfish to just take the 2 runs and keep the strike.
No,
But
you
that's as
cannot
good.
do that. We just passed yesterday's total, 156. 6 runs coming in the over, not a single legal ball bowled yet. No, 154 was the total yesterday. Pulled away. It's Lorraine on the boundary. You're not passing her. And it's going to be a single.
It's a good throw. Just on one bounce right on top of the off stump from this angle. Very good throw.
157 on the board. 5 deliveries to come in the over. Good shot this. Down the ground. Oh, it's just going to stop there. You can see the ball just dying as it bounces in the field.
Well, I mean, it has been a sunny day, but the rain 2 nights before still has an impact. The grass is not just big, it's thick. It's difficult for ball to travel on it. It's not like not astro carpet. It's thick grass.
Pulled away. I think she might have hit the gap here.
Well,
It was a bit miscued as well.
this is the-
Nonetheless, she's moved on to 67.
this is the first shot I've seen from Divya, which wasn't from the middle of the bat in this inning.
She has been at the non-strikers for quite some time with the Achini Pereira show starting. What a contest it's been between both batters.
Beautiful shot. Bit of misfield. That could have been two. Do you think there's a hint of fatigue running between the wickets, causing them to slow down between the wickets?
Well, they really haven't slowed down yet. I think Divya just said, let me just try and beat your score.
Seems like it.
I think that's going to be a wide. Not giving a wide.
I think that's because she moved around to make the space to hit towards fine leg or deep square leg. And Empire given the advantage to the bowler here.
I think you just see her questioning the umpire there too just a second ago as to why it wasn't given a wide.
Look at her stance. She's so still, even after the bowler stopped. She hold the pose, and if you look at her pose, her arm is ready to to play it on. She's just brilliant focus.
Low full toss. Has she picked a gap? Is this going to go all the way? It does. She finishes this innings with a boundary, moving into the 70s. 71 off 35 deliveries for her. Achni Pereira, 76 off 27.
What a knock.
A game this has been. And we're just halfway through. So much action. Mississauga Premiers, they finished their 10 overs for 164. Again, it's a World T10.
Chopin World T10. 60 legal balls and 160 plus score. This is crazy.
When we come back, the Trinidad Warriors, they need 165 in their 10 overs. We'll be back after a short break. we're back into the action. This is the chase. Shreya and Sean are opening the batting for the Trinidad Warriors, and Kainat Kazi has been trusted with the ball first up. It's not a small total to chase here, so they're going to have to go from ball one. 165 runs needed from 60 deliveries. And what a batting performance it has been from the Mississauga Premiers. Achini Pereira and Divya Saxena both finishing with 70s.
That is a mountain to climb on for Trinidad. Let's just hope that I want to see some good performances from Trinidad side. They have traveled around the world to get to here. Well, it's not really around the world, but it's still a 5-hour flight.
From beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. Have you been?
I haven't been to Trinidad, but I would really love to. Need a vacation.
It's a beautiful, beautiful two islands. And the food, the hospitality, the colors, the culture. It's just an incredible place.
Onali, I played cricket for a Trinidadian-based club in Canada, which is Masters, for 10 years, and I know a lot about their food, about the culture. But unfortunately, I haven't been there. I've been to other islands there, but Trinidad is on the list.
I'll highly, highly recommend it. I know there's some of you from Trinidad watching this, following this game. So hello to all of you, and thank you for following us and joining us for this coverage. We're going to start with a wide here. If any of you have any messages you want to send us, you could message me on Instagram, Manali Patel 615. We'd love to hear from you. You know what I love about or Trinidadian food? Mango chow.
Oh yeah, the spicy mango, right?
Spicy mango. There's something about those flavors.
You know, at King City, there is someone, a cricket fan, who's often there and making those mango chow for the cricketers. I love that dish. It's really gives an energy boost as well, and really impacts on the taste buds as well. Short ball and given a wide, that could have been taken advantage of.
You know, I think at some point, Kainat Kazi is going to have to really figure out what's happening with her bowling because she consistently bowls wide. She had a hard time with this last week at the Nationals. She's continued with that issue here to the World T10.
Could it be the fatigue for playing so much cricket, or the wind? It's a strong wind up here in Dunwell, but you mentioned nationals. Can be the case there.
Yeah, I think it's her action and the way she finishes. It's a big cause of concern here.
A little bit of analysis here on her action. She is, I don't know, it feels like fatigue because she's bending her arm a little bit as well. Is that natural for her or is just one off?
Yeah, that is one of the other issues that she has faced in the past.
She has a decent run up. She's falling over towards left side when she's delivering the ball. Maybe it's something to do uh, with the stability of her head when she's about to deliver the ball. I don't know. A coach can work with her, but this is not something you can fix. But her arm might be a serious issue.
I think what's happened with the wides as well is it puts her in two minds of whether to bowl fast or not because now she's just trying to place the ball in a spot. There's no real follow through. She doesn't finish that action of hers.
It seems from this angle she's falling over a bit as well.
Extra bounce there. Two deliveries to come. we've been speaking a lot about intent throughout this tournament, and I'm going to have to bring it up again in terms of the batting. You know, they're chasing a really high total here, and you have to feel that chances are not favoring them, the Trinidad Warriors. But at the same time, you still want to try and take your chances. They pick up a single here off the bat. Shreya's off the mark.
Shreya is a young girl. She doesn't look very strong by her physique. But don't you think a total like 160 plus, 165, chasing that, there are teams who might just give up before they even go into bat?
Well, that's where sports are. That's where sports comes in, and the mentality comes in, and that strength comes in as well, right? That belief that you cannot go down without a fight.
I absolutely agree. You gotta try to win this. Doesn't matter what the situation is. You got to fight the last ball of the game. That's what coaches teaches us early ages as well. That you cannot allow anyone to rule over you. You just have to keep fighting, regardless of the result of the game. The intent and the hard work needs to be there throughout the game. Manali, can Lorraine bat?
She used to be able to swing the bat, but I haven't seen her play in years. Powerful as well when she's swinging the bat.
That's some decent pace there.
Sachi Dotwal. She's opening the bowling from the north end.
Does she use the new ball? Uh,
She's recently moved here from Qatar. And very handy all-rounder. Top order bat.
she's a very decent pace. She might be one of the quickest one playing in this tournament. Who do you think is the quickest in Canada? She must be up there, right?
She is probably one of those up there. Rabi Rajput is another one. And I do feel that Rabi Rajput could be the quickest one in Canada. The more that she works on her art, she's still very young, you know, she's still building that strength. But she's one to watch in terms of pace.
Sachi has been good as well so far. Oh, good dive from Kainat.
Overpitched on that occasion, and it was pushed into the offside. Good work by the fielders. That's what you want to see. You want to see your fielders putting in everything to try and help the bowlers, try and limit those runs.
Good fielding always boosts the confidence of the bowler. The fielders need to support the bowler because bowlers work hard. As we talked about, it's a batsman game. The only thing which can actually help the bowling side or the bowler is good fielding efforts consistently throughout the game.
Pace. It's flying through to the keeper.
I'm actually impressed by her length. She has been bowling a little full, and she's trying to get that outside edge, and she has the slip fielder for it, and a gully too. So she wants batsmen to attempt to drive her so she can get an early wicket. Good bowling.
Well, it's not often you see two slips in a gully in a T10.
Well, I mean, Mississauga Premier is the bucket is full of confidence. That's all I have to say because they have dominated every single game they played so far, and with that, they can take the risk of having two slips and a gully.
2 overs gone, 5 for no loss.
Kainat is back into attack. She's also bowling against the wind, but she has decent pace as well. But the control is definitely an issue, as Manali mentioned. She really needs to work on it.
She starts with a good one here. A dot ball to start this over. And
another wide from Kainat. I mean, it's a T10 game. If Mississauga Premiers, the way their batsmen batted, and if Divya or Sachi were batting against, or sorry, Archie were batting against Kainat, those wide would have really put major pressure on her because they would also target her and get some boundaries, which would made her over very big. Good shot.
Driven through the covers. That's a very good looking shot. I think it just crosses the boundary as well. 4 runs picked up here. And the first sign of aggression from the Trinidad Warriors.
That's a very good shot. It's a cover drive to extra cover. Very nicely placed, giving her team 4 runs.
Oh, this is out of the hands. A diving effort. Divya Saxena there, the fielder. She had it in her hands.
That was a brilliant effort. Had it taken, that would have been the catch of the tournament.
Well, she looks to be in a little bit of pain out there.
Kainat really needs to control on these extras. If they were playing against a competitive or more competitive side, this would have really caused and could have hurt them.
Well, that's a short ball, and it's been defended. I think had that ball been bowled in the first innings, it would have been put away, but the confidence will come. It's a young side, this Trinidad Warriors side. A lot of youngins.
How many extras have she bowled?
6 in total, 3 in this one, and 3 in the first over.
I mean, is coaches working with her? Did they talk to her about keeping her head straight? Because I think every time she's falling over, if you'll see, she'll fall over to the left side and her ball goes towards the down the leg.
I'm actually not sure who is working with her in terms of the academy setup. 3 overs gone, 13 for no loss. But I know she is involved with one of the clubs locally, and I think there is a coach working with her. But again, I'm not really 100% sure who that might be.
I mean, from here, and this is not the best angle. It seems every time she bowled the wide, her body was falling over towards outside, towards left side of the body was falling over, and the ball was going down the leg. So that's something which can be fixed if been talked about, and if we can tell her, she might be able to improve quickly. But somebody definitely needs to talk to her about it. She's back into attack. She's bowling with the wind, so definitely I'm expecting some pace here.
Thick outside edge, 2 slips and a gully, and it goes just past the gully. Oh dear.
That is, I mean, she gave 4 runs away, but this was a beautiful ball. This is what I was expecting. 2 slips and a gully, and bowling over pitch delivery. So I'm assuming she's expecting balls to swing and just take a light edge and goes towards slip or the wicketkeeper.
Unlucky there. Unlucky. Had the field set for it. I think it was just too thick of an edge.
Look at the skipper telling her where to stand.
Well, they've now got a gully in, a fly gully,
It
and a point.
looks like they got two gullies and two slips and a point.
This is a test match here. Oh dear! This is just unlucky. This has gone over that fly additional fielder at gully.
Well, I mean, she's bowling with a plan, definitely. It didn't work out for her, but that's brilliant. That's very good setup. I'm really impressed by this. Good thinking, good cricket all round. Batsmen are ready to take some risks as well. They're throwing their bat at it. They have a big target to chase. They have to. Three edges on three balls. This is brilliant.
And they just moved Tarisha Veslavia a little back after the ball before. I think had she stayed in her position, that one would have gone straight to her.
That's good cricket. That's enjoyable cricket.
Well, full face of the bat there. Extra cover comes into play, and it's going to be a dot ball. It's been a really good over this. The two boundaries are not an accurate representation of just how good this over has been.
I completely agree with you. Those two boundaries were actually brilliant balls. Got the outside edge and gave the batsman the advantage, but brilliant bowling, brilliant plan from the skipper. That's good cricket. Mississauga Premiers have been dominating this tournament. Why is all the best players, or I wouldn't say best, but good players, are put together in one team?
Slow full toss, and this is driven well. This is a good shot. The pick up four here. I'll just get back to your point there in a moment, Salman. 25 for no loss at the end of four. So a lot of these players are currently involved with OCA, and they're involved in the Mississauga Women's League.
Okay.
OCA has had a big part in developing women's cricket locally. So there's no surprise that the Mississauga Premiers team is as strong as it is. It takes investment, it takes time, it takes effort to grow a sport, and they've really invested in it in terms of women's cricket.
Well, I asked this question yesterday. A lot of these girls, if they haven't been playing for Canada, they should be in the Canadian side.
Well, some of them, one of them has qualified as of this year. Another one qualifies as of next year. Sachi Dodwell, who just finished that over, she qualifies in 2 years' time.
What do you mean by qualified?
So according to ICC rules, you have to be in the country for 3 years to be able to be eligible to play for the country. Vandana Mahajan comes into the attack. She's going to start with a no ball here, which is rare. I think this is for the fielders.
Yeah, because in the power play they have 5 fielders on the leg side, which is a fielding side no call. So it's this would have been the fault of the captain, but it was also a wide ball.
It's going to be a no ball here, and it's going to be a free hit. I think this field setting shows the dominance, though, that Mississauga Premier has. Not very many players in front of the bat.
Well, in men's cricket, the role of the captain is very important, and I've been told that it's a chessboard for the skipper. I'm pretty sure it must be the same for women cricket as well.
Absolutely, and in this team, there are so many leaders. There's so much senior experience.
That's exactly my point. Who's captaining the team? I really want to know whose plan is it and the bowling with the plan.
Indomati Gordial is the skipper of this side. She's played for Guyana. She's played for USA.
Wow.
And she's now in Canada. I think she'll be eligible in a year, if I'm not wrong. She might just play for 3 countries.
That's amazing. That would be a world record, wouldn't it?
No, actually, escaping me, but the coach of the Brampton Wolves, I believe, has represented 3 countries.
You're right. Brampton Wolves. I know early in the days, Ishwar Maharaj was one of my coach, one of my skipper. He had played soccer for one of the island. He has played cricket for them. Let's give it not out. And he has played cricket for Canada. So he had played two different sports for two different countries at international level, which is brilliant. You have to be really a solid athlete to do that.
Some people are just so multi-talented. A.B. de Villiers could have played any sport he wanted. He did another one.
Oh, Mr. 360.
One thing has been an appeal on almost every delivery in this over. One delivery to come in this over.
Trinidadian batsmen are not even able to handle the pace. I'm not talking about liner length. I think this pace is even way too hard for them to tackle with. That's definitely a learning curve for them, and they would learn a lot from this tournament.
5
Def-
overs gone. 26 for no loss.
that would definitely help their game in future, and to see the level of competition in women cricket, they will take some lessons from here back home and improve their cricket when they come back next year. It's not colors. Different names. That's Mississauga in blue. And then that's a different country, Trinidad and Tobago in purple. And then there's Montreal Timbers in red. And we have one in orange. I don't know what's that called. Musa, he missed me too, man. He didn't give me any ice cream too. Another good ball. Swing and a miss by the 14-year-old. This is again turning out to be one-sided game. Well, it was always a one-sided game, but as Monali mentioned, there needs to be some intent. We have 10 overs, 10 wickets in hand. I don't mind if the batsman on strike takes some sort of risk to score some runs to help their team call. Another thick outside edge.
Well, I was hoping to see Rabi Rajput open the bowling. So I'm surprised that she's coming one change.
How old is she? Do you know, Manali?
I think she's 16. I want to say 15 or 16.
Wow. Well, she's definitely going to grow, and if she gets the height, it will give her the advantage, but her pace is definitely going to go up over time. And she has a very smooth run up. She has a very high arm release action.
Gary Growall is her coach, working with her. So he is an excellent pace bowling coach. Just out of the reach there. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It wore short. It should have been pulled, but miscued.
Well, I tell you what, if she's playing under 17 cricket with men, I'm pretty sure she can dominate them as well. She has a very decent pace, and she has very good line and length, and she has a very decent action with a high arm action. She's going to get a lot of wickets. She should be playing good amount of cricket in coming days. White ball given.
pulled into the leg side. This is well timed. It's going to be 4 runs. Shreya has shown some good aggression out in the middle. She moves on.
She has been more aggressive in this inning, which is good to see. But the total is very huge.
Well, that's because she has been scoring all the runs, 23 of 24, but Sean has yet to get off the mark, and she's faced 12 deliveries.
That's not helping the cause, is that the 14-year-old is trying. She's making sure that she can get a decent, a reasonable, a respectable total at the end. But it got to come from both ends.
Good shot that as well. She just picks out the fielder, Sachi Dodwall. It's going to be a dot to end this over. 32 for no loss at the end of 6.
She's impressive for 14-year-old Manali. I think she has a lot to learn, but she will be someone who will be recognized one day if she keeps playing like this and keeps working hard.
Four overs to come in this contest.
We have one more game after this. Last of the day. And a full packed playoffs tomorrow. Rhetorical question, Manali. Who's going to win this tournament?
It's a very tricky question.
I thought it's a rhetorical question. The way Mississauga Premier has been playing this cricket, they're dominating this tournament. But it's cricket. You never know. They just might have one bad game where, oh, close. Do we see a lot of unexpected games in women cricket, Manali?
Do you mean in terms of
Collapse, unexpected results, where the games start one way but they end different ways?
well, Sri Lanka recently had Sri Lanka's had a really good run recently. That again against South Africa. And then is Sri Lanka involved in another one, and Ireland surprising them.
Yep.
Coming out on top.
So can I ever expect Pakistan beating Australia?
Of course. There's always listen, there's so much room for improvement. That's a very beautiful looking stroke. It's not going to get any runs here. You can see she's just getting in a really good position here, Shreya. Good balance, good hands.
It's a very good stance as well. She's staying low, getting under the ball. She's trying to hit hard. But she needs support from other side as well. She's scoring runs, but the other side, the other batsman needs to score runs to support the youngster.
At the end of 7, 33 for no loss. Yeah, there's no reason why Pakistan cannot compete against Australia. They've been making progress. They just need to continue doing that.
I'm asking this question because their men cricket team have declined in terms of performances. So it's the same board which is running both cricket boards. So I'm expecting women cricket in Pakistan to improve. But again, cricket is a very big sport in Pakistan. We expect the Pakistani fans, they expect a lot from their cricketers, or maybe more than what they can actually achieve sometimes. But that loss of Pakistan against USA has really, really hurt the fans.
But listen, you know what? We got to look at it from the other perspective. I understand Pakistani fans are looking at it from the Pakistan perspective. The fact of the matter is, the USA side is not a weak side. They are up and coming. They have a lot of talent, and most of all, there's something very American about the way they approach their games. That's right through the gap there, past the fielder at slip. And they're going to pick up 3 runs here, I think. No, they'll settle for 2. There's something very American about the way they approach the game. Both the men and the women, they just have this winning attitude that you find so often in Americans.
Well, they always want to play whatever sport they play. They want to play with the intent, and that's the key word there. But again, cricket will improve. I mean, the win against Pakistan will definitely give a major boost to USA cricket.
Well, you're talking about the win against Pakistan at the World Cup. Before the World Cup, they had a 3-game T20 series against Bangladesh. That was almost a whitewash
For USA.
for USA. The final game, they had changed the order. They sat out some of their top players, gave some of the other ones a chance, and they didn't win that one. But the first 2 were an outright win.
Right, Corey Anderson, who has represented New Zealand, is also part of the squad. It's not a weak team per se, but again, you expect team, a test nation team playing against USA. Pakistan lost the T20 game. Well, it tied, but they lost again in super over. That was more surprising for me in a super over game.
But you could say the same thing about Bangladesh being a test team and losing to them.
Fair enough. That's a valid point. Well, Bangladesh is beating Pakistan right now. That's the first time they have
Just
beaten
gotta bring
Pakistan. They have beaten Pakistan in Pakistan for the first time, and Pakistan has a series to save in the next 2 days. Pakistan is for 10 runs for 2 in their second inning, and the wicket is playing a little tricky. But Rawalpindi wickets, I played cricket there. They become easier with time rather than getting difficult. So next 2 days, let's see what happens. But Bangladeshi bowlers have been bowling really well. If they can wrap Pakistan under 200, they can definitely win the second one as well.
Well, that's an easy decision for the umpire. Quick hands from Sai Purandare, the wicketkeeper for the Mississauga Premiers. And with that, we're going to have the first wicket of the Trinidad Warriors. Kamara Raghubert, who is also a Trini herself, comes in and picks up the first one, 35 for 1 after 8.1. Mariella, the new batter, out to the middle. 35 for 1 after 8.1.
That could have been taken.
Well, I see a hobbling Divya Saxena out in the middle. I think she's picked up an injury. Not good signs for her. Especially because I'm not sure what she's got lined up after this. She rarely spends any time in Canada. Always taking opportunities wherever they're available all around the world.
That's really good. That's how you.
I think our tent is about to capsize on us.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks a little bit a little scary now. Strong breeze out there. It's a good defensive shot, chase. But I just want to remind the batsmen they're chasing 165. Good to see the defensive shot, but that's not the time or place for it. That's a very unique looking bat. Yeah, it's gonna fall.
Oh, well, we've definitely lost it. Well, it has finally happened. Our tent has given out in this wind. It's been a breezy day. Cheyenne comes into the attack with the ball.
Oh, that's definitely a no ball.
Hobbling towards the ball, Divya Saxena. Oh, she looks like she's in some pain. It's going to be 4 runs, and
I think she should leave the field if she's in pain. She shouldn't risk the injury further, and she can just walk out because they're not going to lose this game. Mathematically, it's impossible now. I think she should leave the field and rest this injury before she aggregates it. That's the game.
40 for 1 is what they manage of their 10 overs. The Trinidad Warriors. No surprise there that that Achni Pereira is going to be the player of the match. 76 of 27 for her. Top scorer from the first innings. Handshakes all around, as that's going to be the close of play for this game. We've got one more game to come today. And we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back.
back, and we have the last game of the day: Meadowvale Glory versus East Credit Rapids. We're just getting started. This has been an interesting day. A few of the men's exhibition games, and Mississauga Premiers dominating the last game against Trinidad and Tobago. Beautiful weather out here. Sun is shining, a cold breeze, and in the backdrop, I don't know if we can see that in camera. We can see the CN Tower as well. Few of the plane landing, air show throughout the day. We have seen some beautiful jets and some good pilot work today. It's a gorgeous day. Good day for cricket. Shofo World T10. We have to praise the organizers for manage this tournament. Even after the rain on Friday night, they have pulled out. They worked very hard. They worked effortlessly to make sure that this tournament happens as smoothly as possible. And we have to thank the organizers and all our sponsors and all the management for working so hard to bring in this to us. A good tournament, brilliant tournament. We have kids watching the game, running around the field. And on the south side of Danville Park, we are seeing some men league cricket games as well. But this has been a weekend full of activity and fun and some tremendous cricket shots. East Credit Rapids won the toss and elected to bat first. Their opener is ready. The bowler is ready as well on the run up. देख के चोट नहीं लग जाए Aditi is on strike. Sania Ali is on the non-striker end. Meena Rai starting to bowl. Good ball to start with and a decent pace as well. Missing a swing from Aditi. This is going to be a matched contest. Both sides are very well balanced for each other level of cricket. Swept the ball around her hip. This can be 2 runs. Good running between the wicket. Meena is on the run up again. A fuller delivery and a dot ball. It's been called a wide from the umpire. Bowler wasn't very happy with this. Umpire is a big part of the game, and they try to do their best by making the right calls, stay focused all the time. Good ball that is. Aditi swing her bat. This over, first ball was a dot ball, second ball batsmen were able to get 2 runs. Third ball was a dot ball and fourth ball was wide. And when fourth ball was greeted was another dot. This might be just another wide and it is a wide ball signaled. Credit Rapids need to score some runs here. Pull the ball towards fine leg. There's a fielder who got there. throw the ball, and that could have been 2 runs easily. That's some, I think that's poor running from East Credit Rapids. Sane Ali is now on strike. The dot ball, 5 runs after the first over for East Credit Rapids. Aditi Raman is 3 runs after playing 5 balls, and Sania only played 1 ball, which was a dot ball. Innings just has started. Rai, the bowler, and a wide ball is signaled. Very loopy delivery. That's in the air. Falls in no man's land. A dot ball. 6 runs scored so far in 1.1 over. Very loopy deliveries by Rai. Seems like she's just throwing grenades. Well, these kind of deliveries can actually be very deceiving because after the bounce, it always gives you that extra bounce. You do want to hit them hard, but they're difficult to hit sometimes. That might just be a white ball. And it is signaled wide. Another wide, adding the total to be 8 runs in 1.2 overs. Over. First ball was a wide one, then 2 dot balls and 2 wides, followed by another dot ball. Batsmen are not scoring any runs, it's all the extras. Extra is the highest scorer so far. Another loopy delivery, that's a run, that's a call for run. And that is a run out. Very good throw, direct hit. Gets Aditi run out after playing 9 balls. She has made 3 runs. Had she completed this run, that she would have been at 4, but she were only able to manage 3 runs for her team. That was some good fielding, good throw, hit the stumps, and poor calling from Aditi. Rakshita is the new batter coming in. She's just walking in. Empire is still busy to fix the stumps. It's very windy out here, and we can see Air Canada flight just landing beside us. This is a beautiful view. Beautiful clouds sorry, the batsman is Pawani Singh. She could have taken advantage here. Another white ball. Four wides in this over so far. Still one more ball to go. This is a very long over. An over full of dot balls and white ball. Batsman hasn't scored any runs in this over yet. She has conceded some runs. Only by extras. Extras so far is the highest score. Sani Ali is on strike. And Shakiba is the bowler. And that's a no ball. It pitched outside of the wicket. It has given the batsman an opportunity of the free hit to make some runs here. Another white ball, which means the next ball will also be a free hit. Shakiba, who's the president of City of Montreal, long way from here, 5 hours, 6 hour drive, was a free hit and a misfielding at mid wicket, a run off the bat after some while now. Another white ball. So many extras balls so far. This is adding to the total, plus adding to the time of this inning. Kiva has balled two wides and a no ball so far. So much extras. This needs to be contained. A good hit towards mid wicket by Pawani. And it's signaled for 4 runs, adding to the total. And runs now are 17 for 2.2 overs. East Credit Rapids are cruising. Another short ball, and other hit towards deep square leg. And it looks like it's another boundary. 21 runs. Two consecutive boundaries is definitely helping the cause of East Credit Rapids. Sani Ali is muscling the ball very nicely. I think they have the batsman wrong. It looks like Pawani on strike, not Sania. Another white ball from, actually it's given a no ball from Shakiba, another no ball and another opportunity for the batsman to make use of it. Another free hit. This is a long over again. A good ball for the delivery, which was a free hit to Pamani. Only gave 1 runs away from this ball. And this might be overthrow, but no, batsman decided not to take the risk on it. I think it's Sania Ali on strike. Our scorer has mixed up the names. Good shot by Sania. Straight to the fielder, and that's a misfield. Doesn't have the legs to run to the boundary. The batsmen were able to get 2 runs, add 2 run total to their team. Big shot, big swing, and that's a catch. That's very well taken catch. That's the first wicket. That's the second wicket for East Credit Rapids. The bowling side will be very happy with this wicket because they had conceded few boundaries just before that. Now they have got the 2 scopes, and which is making a major difference. Sania was connecting the ball pretty well. Suhaila Hussain has walked in after this wicket, and unfortunately, our scorer still hasn't realized that it was Sania who got out, not Pawani. At the end of third over, the score is 26-2. On the scorecard, it says Sania Ali is on strike. Suhaila is in non-striker end. Good ball from Giovanna. Started off her over with a dot ball, Giovanna. 26-2. You can see in the background some effect of wind. Very well played on front foot. Stop the ball. Another dot ball. Played the late cut behind the point fielder. That should be 2 runs easily. Fielder got the ball before it crossed the boundary rope. Adding 2 runs to the total, making 28 only in fourth over. This is a decent start by East Credit Rapids. Giovanna had bowled a good over. That's one of the over which hasn't given any extras yet. But I said it. Hopefully I didn't curse. Commentator curse won't be the reason here. Confusion between the wicket, but they made it safely. that was high. It signaled no ball, but the leg umpire is signaling that it wasn't that high. So let's see if umpire actually calls it a no ball. That would have been the first extra if it was given a no ball, but I guess it's not given a no ball. 30 for 2 after 4 overs. We'll take a short break in combox here. Rakshita is back into attack. And other white ball from her. This really needs to be talked about by the coach. Too many extras. They're never good. It never helps the cause of the team. And it gives the batsman, gives the confidence to the opposing side. Good ball. She used the bounce. Bowler is ready to bowl again. She has a decent run up and she loops the ball in the air. This is much flatter, but it's yet another wide. And another one is added to the total here. Bowler is back to the run up again. Loops it again. Another wide ball. where Suhaira played 9 balls and made 14 runs. Swing and a miss. Dot ball after 8 overs. Well, there's still 1 ball to go before the 8 overs complete. 66 runs. That is a good shot with the horizontal bat, and that might just have enough legs to cross the boundary. Let's wait for the signal of the umpire, and it has. Four signaled by the umpires, making the score to be 70 after 8 overs. Shakiba gave more 1 over, gave 17 runs, most of the extras. Joanna had bowled 2 overs and gave 15 runs. Projected score is 88. Current run rate is 8.75. This is a very decent total from East Credit Rapids, and it's going to be an interesting chase. It's an interesting way to measure run up. Walk to the run up, number of steps, passed up, decent run up, delivery right in the middle of the stump, and very well defended. Not ball. Sania Ali is batting, and it tries to hit the ball. It hit top of, I think it hit either her gloves or top of the bat, closer to the handle area. They were able to sneak in a single. There's a fielder there. That's another single for Suhaira. Oh, they were able to sneak in the second run. Sania Ali's dad is around us, and he is really happy to see the scorecard, and he's really cheering for the daughter. That's a relationship between dad and a daughter. Every single achievement of the daughters make their dads happy. It's a special bond, isn't it? Swing and a miss. It was very close to the stumps. Suhaira has been lucky at this position. Suhaira has scored 20 runs on 13 balls. Sania is 20 after 21. Another single for Suhaira. Sania Ali is now on strike. I really want to see the reaction of Sania's dad if she's able to hit the boundary. There are only 7 balls left. I really hope she does something which will make father cheer here. Just standing beside the com box, well defended, and she was able to sneak another one. Let's see if they can make it two. And they're running for second one. This is a run out chance, and she missed it. That was close. I can hear the sound of Sania's dad. Hit harder, hit harder. He wants to see some of those big hits from Sania. 76 after 2 in 9 overs. See a WestJet plane flying by, landing Pearson Airport. I love planes. And the question is, will the run be chaseable? There are a few batsmen still to come. Neti Kumar, Harleen Sidhu, Fatima. That must be a no ball. Shakiba is back and she has balled another one, which is that's a run out. That was a poor call. That should never have been called for the second run. It's a no ball. You've got two runs already, one of no ball and one run. You never needed to run a second one. Another colorful jet line. You can see in the background, that's a big plane. Very colorful. Green and white stripes on the plane. Shakiba has balled another no ball, which was no ball because the ball landed outside of the playing area, outside of the wicket. They still have six more balls to play at. I think the scorer might have just made another mistake here. It was wicket, but it was given a no ball. Another wide, adding the extras, adding to the extras. This is round two of the T10 Show Fun World T10 Tournament. Swing and a miss. Good ball. Having a dot ball in the 10th over is very good for the team. They're going by 8 runs, almost 8 runs per over. 8.36 to be exact. It's given another one, given a no ball because it pitched outside the wicket area. Full toss, head towards mid wicket. There's a little fumble, calling for the second run. She completed her second, and I love the cheer from the father. He's very excited. He's one of the best spectators we have so far. I'm loving this father-daughter bond here. She threw it like a rocket, threw it in the air. So much air time for this ball. Must be difficult to judge the bounce after it hits the wicket. Akiba, run up again, releases the ball, takes batsman takes a quick single. Sane Ali is now on strike. Pretty sure Sania must be excited to play last few balls, but her father is even more excited than her, and she's shouting, "Hit hard, hit hard!" And she does hit hard. And I don't know if it has the legs to cross the boundary, but definitely a couple of runs adding to the total of the team and in her totals as well. She's been called for the third runs, direct hit, and given not out. Sania adding 3 runs to her total, and that is also end of the inning. 85 after 3. Well done, son, is the shouting dad out here. 85 for 3 after 10 runs. We'll take a short break.
much bad light. अरे स्टॉप कर दे प्लीज, स्टॉप कर दे, स्टॉप कर दे.